You're lying there in the dark, breathing just beneath the surface of awareness, and you can feel it. The quiet tightness across your chest, like a band wrapped too tightly around something that wants to soften, but hasn't yet. Your body remembers the day, not as a story, but as a collection of held moments. A word said too quickly, a silence left hanging, a glance that didn't quite land where it was meant to. They weren't big things, nothing that would make headlines or keep strangers awake. But they're still here in your ribs, in the space just below your collarbone, like small stones you've carried through the room without noticing until now. You might be wondering if this is how it always feels when sleep won't come, whether there's some way to undo the tightening, to shift the weight that settles so easily into bones and breath. Maybe you've tried counting your breaths or watching thoughts float by like clouds. Some of those methods work for others, but tonight, even that effort seems too much. You don't have to fix anything. You don't need to solve what's been replaying behind your eyes. Just let it be here, exactly as it is. No rush, no goal, no demand that this moment become lighter just yet. The truth is, you've already come far enough by being willing to lie still and listen. That alone is a kind of surrender, not defeat, but an invitation, an opening. There's an old fast sleep relaxation method passed down quietly among people who had to sleep almost anywhere, in trains, in tents, on cold floors, because their bodies learned how to rest even when the mind wouldn't stop turning. Not because they were taught by anyone official or given a name, but because it worked, and so they kept teaching it to one another. It's not magic. It doesn't promise anything. But over time, people found that letting go of effort, of trying hard to fall asleep, was the fastest way through. Not because speed matters, but because when you stop chasing it, your body can simply release what it has been holding onto, one layer at a time. Tonight we'll walk through it gently, not toward sleep as if it were a destination, but into stillness, step by slow step, just like walking down a quiet hallway with no doors. Only soft floors and the feeling of your feet sinking slightly with each placement. You don't need to believe in anything or change how you think. You're not being asked to clear your mind or force it blank, just to allow the body to settle deeper than the thoughts have taken it tonight. Begin by noticing your face, not judging it, not fixing it, but letting it be known what's here now, just as it is. The forehead, which may feel drawn tight near the bridge of your nose, or heavy with the weight of a thought that won't let go. Let those muscles soften. There's no need to push them down. Just let their effort dissolve into warmth, like wax melting under a slow sun. Your eyes are closed now, but you can still feel the space around them. Your tongue can rest at the bottom of your mouth, no longer pressing against anything. Your lips are unforced, drifting open, just enough so air moves freely through them if it wants to. The face is where most of us store what we've said and what we didn't say. The ones that linger in our skin long after they're gone. Let this part of you sink into the mattress, not with force, but simply by choosing not to hold on anymore. Now, shift your attention to your shoulders, those places where tension settles when your body feels like it needs to be ready for something, even if nothing is coming. Let them drop away from your ears, not just down, but back and out. Not a shrug, not a movement, but a quiet release of weight that happens when you stop pretending they need to stay high. They can fall further than you think possible, like stones finally letting go of their own resistance in water. Let them sink into the bed with no demand for perfection or speed. Just let them rest where they land. With your shoulders down, feel the upper arms begin to soften. The muscles along the outside of each arm losing tension. not by stretching, but by surrendering. Let the space between your thumb and index finger soften. Let every joint give way to stillness. There's no need to lift or tighten in return. Just allow the body to settle deeper into whatever shape is natural now. The ribs are no longer stiff with expectation. They can lie flat now, softened, unprepared for impact, not ready to protect anything. Let that rhythm settle in. The inhale comes when it wants, light and easy. The exhale goes on as long as it needs. And the body drops an inch deeper into the bed each time. Now, your legs. Begin with your hips, which may feel tight from sitting too long or carrying emotional weight like a burden you didn't plan to carry. Let them loosen, not by moving, but by choosing not to resist. Let the pelvis soften its grip on itself. Imagine it releasing into a quiet pool where nothing has to stay upright. The thighs are heavy now, thick with warmth and stillness. Not because they're tired, but because they've been allowed to stop doing anything at all. They press down into the mattress, not hard, not forcefully, but as if gravity is no longer fighting against them. Your calves follow. The back of your legs softening from knee to ankle. The tendons relax. There's no need for balance or movement here. Only surrender. Now your feet. Soles pressing lightly into the bed. Toes uncurling one by one. Letting go like roots finally releasing soil after a long drought. Each toe is warm now, not in heat, but in sensation. Your whole lower body is resting now, not asleep, not active, but fully supported by the surface beneath you. It's not waiting for anything. It's done. Not a picture of anything. Not an image. Not a memory. Not even darkness as something defined. Just stillness, a quiet blank where nothing needs to be seen. No shapes, no movement, no story. There's no need to find anything behind your eyes, only a quiet not seeing. Like light fading into shadow after dusk has settled fully. No effort required to hold that space open. Just let it be empty and warm at the edges, as if warmth were seeping in from all sides without ever touching you directly. You don't have to watch it or guard it. It simply is a kind of stillness not shaped by thought. Now feel how your breath moves through your chest, not forcing its way out, but flowing like water over stones that are no longer sharp. the air passes through, and with each passing, the body becomes less aware of itself as separate from the bed beneath it. It's not sinking. It's becoming part of the surface, as if you've dissolved into a soft layer between the sheets, where weight is not carried but shared. Let your arms lie exactly as they are, palms up, fingers trailing slightly toward the edge of the mattress, like roots testing soil for moisture. No need to adjust them. They are already in their natural shape. The space around each shoulder joint is spacious now, not loose in a way that suggests weakness, but open, with no pressure holding it shut. You can let your upper arms rest without effort. No upward pull from the shoulders. No tug toward readiness. Let your neck soften where it meets your collarbones, not collapsing, not tilting forward or back, but releasing into a quiet line of ease. Like fabric draped over a hook that no longer needs to be taut. The muscles along your spine are long and still. No tension building in the middle. No arching to brace for impact. Just length and space between each vertebra, as though something inside has decided not to protect itself anymore. Now, let your breath slow further, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because there's less need to breathe at all. As if the air is already in place and simply needs time to rest before moving again. Your lungs don't have to work hard. They just hold what they've gathered, gently, like a cup full of rainwater waiting for sunlight. Your feet are no longer touching anything except the surface beneath them. The soles are warm, not from effort, not from heat, but as if blood has finally found its way back through channels that were blocked by tension. Each toe is soft now, unfolding slowly like petals at dawn, one after another. There's a quiet ache in your heels, but it isn't sharp. It's the kind of sensation you feel when warmth returns to cold hands. Not painful, just present, alive. Let the space between your toes widen slightly, as if they've forgotten how tightly to grip. They don't need to hold on anymore. There's no ground to walk on, no direction, no place to go. Now imagine your skin. Your whole body's outer layer is not resisting anything, but receiving everything with softness. Not bracing against the air, nor holding itself together in a fixed shape. It's open, receptive, like silk draped over still water. The weight of night presses gently on you, not heavy, but full, as if your skin is part of the quiet that surrounds the room. The edges of your body begin to blur, not because you're fading out, but because there's no boundary between you and the mattress anymore. You are lying where you belong, not in a position you've chosen, but one that has simply happened. No posture required, just presence. And within this stillness, there is no need to do anything with your mind. Only let it rest like a stone at the bottom of a pond. No ripples, no surface tension. Thoughts may come, not as intrusions, but as driftwood floating by in a slow current. You don't have to pull them back or push them away. They pass through without leaving marks. If a memory surfaces, the word you didn't say, the tone that was too harsh, the silence after a question, let it float forward for just one moment. Then let it go like smoke from a candle left unattended. It doesn't have to be answered. It doesn't even need to be recognized. Just allow it to drift back into stillness. There is no task now, only rest. No role to play, no performance to maintain. You are not responsible for anything anymore. Not for sleep, not for clarity, not even for your own body staying upright. That responsibility has been lifted quietly, without fanfare. The warmth in your hands is deeper now, pooled low in the palms and fingers like water settling into a basin. It's not urgent, not striving. Just there. And when you think of it, you don't have to remember where it came from. It just is, as if it had always been waiting for this moment. Your breath returns slower than before. The pause between them grows wider, not because you're holding your breath, but because the body feels no need to rush forward. Now, let your shoulders drop farther, not by pushing down, but by choosing not to lift back up again. Let them fall into the mattress like stones sinking in a quiet lake. No splash, no echo. They are heavy with release, not strain. And when they rest there, so do you. The lower part of your spine, the base of it, where the pelvis meets the vertebrae, is now completely relaxed. No tension pulling upward from below. The hips have stopped holding their shape. There's no need to stay upright. They can lie flat, as if the ground has finally accepted them. Your legs are not waiting for anything. Not for movement, not for standing, not even for balance. They're just here, thighs pressing softly into the bed, calves resting without effort, feet simply existing in their shape. The tendons along your shins have stopped resisting gravity. You don't need to keep them tight or alert. There's a soft hum beneath your skin. Not sound, not vibration, but a quiet sensation of being alive that isn't tied to motion. It's like the body remembering it can be still and still exist. Like a tree whose roots no longer strain against the soil, but simply settle into place with certainty. Now, bring your awareness back to your chest, where you first felt tightness earlier. That area where breath didn't flow freely, where tension had built up unnoticed over hours or days. Let it stay soft now, not forced open, not pushed down, but gently unclenched, as if a hand that was gripping too hard has finally let go. The air moves through your ribs without resistance. The cartilage along the sides of your chest isn't stiff anymore. It's flexible, like warm cloth draped over bones. Your sternum no longer holds itself rigidly in place. It can yield just slightly, and still be whole. There's no need to control this feeling. Only let it be, like a door left open after someone has passed through and forgotten to close it again. The air flows freely, and you don't have to decide whether that's good or bad. You just accept the quiet passage of breath without asking for anything in return. The warmth spreads from your core outward, not like fire, but like light spreading evenly across a room after dusk has fully settled. It doesn't burn. It doesn't rush. It simply fills spaces that were once closed off. Spaces you didn't know existed until now. Now, let the image behind your eyes become less of an emptiness and more of a quiet presence. A deep stillness, not defined by lack, but by fullness in another way. Not empty like a void, but full like a room with no furniture, where even silence feels spacious. You don't have to fill it. You don't even have to notice it. It's just there, calm and quiet, as if the mind has finally stopped trying to find something worth holding on to. And in this space, you can simply be. Not doing anything. Not becoming anything. Just being present with the soft weight of your own body lying exactly where it is. No need to say, "I'm tired." No need to think, "Now I should sleep." You don't have to earn rest. It's already here, waiting in the space between breaths, beneath closed eyes, within every muscle that has chosen not to fight anymore. Let that stillness settle deeper, not as a thought, but as a condition of being. Not something you achieve, but something that arrives when effort stops. The breath moves through your chest like water, finding its level in an underground channel. No pressure, no resistance, just a slow, quiet descent into equilibrium. You don't need to guide it. It flows because it can. And where there was a knot near your heart earlier, the one that held your ribs too close, you now feel only space, not absence, but openness, like a room with its windows unlatched after rain has passed, air slipping in, not through urgency, but by invitation. No urge to adjust or reposition. Just a quiet certainty that this position, this exact angle between your wrist and forearm is enough. Let your right arm drift even further into the mattress, as though gravity has grown kinder, not pulling you down in force, but cradling you with patience. The elbow bends slightly, not because it wants to, but because it no longer needs to resist the slope of the bed. Your forearm lies flat now, not like a body part needing alignment, but like a branch that stopped fighting its own curve and has simply let itself lie where gravity places it. There's no such thing as wrong here anymore. Only what is. Now, bring your attention back to your spine, not as a column of vertebrae, nor as the axis you've carried through every day, but as a quiet thread running down the center of your body, still and unbroken, even when tension pulled at its edges. It doesn't need to be straight. It doesn't need to feel firm or proud. It just needs to be. And it is unmoved by thoughts that come and go, untouched by memories that drift like leaves on a slow river. The spine knows how to stay put while everything else passes through. You don't have to fix anything now. No part of you must be reshaped or corrected. Even the tightness near your collarbone, the place where breath once caught, is no longer an obstacle. It's just a sensation, like a faint warmth from sunlight on skin after nightfall. You can feel it and not react. That is enough. Now, imagine that space behind your closed eyes, the one you've been learning to inhabit, not as emptiness, but as stillness with depth. Like standing in the center of an ancient cave where sound has long since settled into silence, so complete it becomes its own kind of presence. There's no need for images here, no faces, no scenes, not even a memory lingering on the edge. Just this. That your mind can exist without needing to do anything. It doesn't have to be busy. Doesn't have to decide what comes next. Let any thought, any fragment of conversation from earlier in the day, The air inside your chest is not hurried. It doesn't rush to fill or empty. It rests between breaths as if it too has learned what it means to be allowed to stop. There's no demand for more oxygen. No need to inhale deeply just because you're supposed to. The body knows its own rhythm now. Slow, steady, unburdened by urgency. Your legs are not muscles waiting for a command. They're not tools meant to carry or support. They're simply matter. Their heaviness no longer an annoyance, but proof of being grounded. Each toe feels the pressure of the bedsheet beneath it, not as contact, but as continuity. As if the foot is connected not just by skin and bone, but by a quiet thread that stretches all the way to the earth below. Let your hips soften further. Let them release into their own shape, without trying to remember how they looked during the day when you were upright. There's no need to hold on to form. The body doesn't have to look like anything to be real. It simply is. And in that being, there's a kind of freedom. Now, let your awareness travel back up through your limbs, not with effort, but with gentle recall, as if walking backward through a long hallway you've already walked forward many times before. The left arm still resting where it fell. The fingers are relaxed, their joints loose, not needing to do anything, not even hold position. Let your chest rise, but lightly, no effort behind it. Let the ribs open just enough for breath to pass through without resistance. No need to expand fully. Just let the body breathe as it wants to, without correction, without approval. This is not performance, it's release. And when you exhale, don't force it out. Don't push down or tighten your stomach. Let it leave on its own, like steam drifting from a kettle after the flame has gone out. The breath doesn't need to be loud or deep, just present, there, and then gone again. And with each one, there's less weight in your chest, less effort to maintain balance, less need to stay alert. Now, imagine that space behind your eyes not as stillness, but as a quiet fullness, one where nothing is missing because nothing was ever expected. Like the moment after rain, when the world doesn't seem to have changed, yet everything feels softer, more settled. You don't have to do anything with this feeling. You just let it be. There's no demand for sleep right now. No need to hurry toward unconsciousness. The body is already moving in that direction. Not because you've decided on a time or set any goal, but because relaxation has become its natural state, like water flowing downhill when the dam gives way. Your jaw isn't just unclenched, it's forgotten what tension feels like. There is no muscle memory of grinding, no reflex to clench when thoughts pass through. Your tongue rests where it falls. No need to push it into a new position. No need to worry about how much space it takes up in your mouth. It stays exactly as it is. Soft, still, uninvolved. Let the skin along your forehead loosen. Not by stretching or pulling back, but simply by stopping its own effort. The tiny lines across your brow, those places where stress used to gather, are no longer holding anything. They're not deep grooves anymore, just folds of flesh that have stopped working hard. Now, let your breath settle into a rhythm that doesn't need counting, that isn't measured or controlled. It just is, rising and falling like the surface of water in a slow-moving stream, untouched by wind, but still moving forward. No urgency, no goal, just flow. And with each exhale, feel how much lighter your arms become. Not because they are lifted, but because there's no longer any need to hold them up in memory or posture. The shoulders stay where they are, deep in the mattress, not resisting gravity, just existing as part of what lies beneath you. Your spine continues its quiet alignment, not straight, not curved, but simply where it needs to be. It doesn't have to prove anything, doesn't need to carry more than it already does. The weight of your body is no longer a burden. It's an invitation to rest. Your arms are sinking deeper into the bed, not just resting, but merging with its softness, like roots, finding soil after a long drought. The weight you've carried all day isn't gone. Not yet. But it's no longer being held in place by effort. It's simply letting go, slowly, as if gravity has finally decided to listen. Your left hand lies open now, palm up, fingers curled slightly inward, not from tension, but from the way they naturally rest when nothing asks them to do anything at all. The space between your shoulder blades isn't empty anymore. It's full. Your breath continues. Gentle, unhurried, as if it's found a rhythm that doesn't require attention. Not one you've chosen. Not one you must maintain. It simply moves in and out like wind through reeds at dawn, soft enough to be barely heard, but consistent enough to stir the air. The way a branch drops when the season lets go. No hesitation, no regret, no resistance to falling. They aren't sinking because you told them to. They're letting themselves be moved by something older than will. Gravity's quiet invitation. And your wrists are becoming less defined. Not disappearing, but softening at the edges, like candle wax melting slowly under a warm room. The bones beneath don't need to be sharp or visible anymore. There's no need for structure when there's nothing left to build. Your hands are not instruments of doing. They're vessels of stillness now. Open palms that don't reach, fingers that don't curl. They rest where they fall, on the mattress, on each other, beside you, as if their purpose has been fulfilled in simply being. Let your breath continue, without shaping it. No attempt to deepen or slow down further. Let it be just as it is, the way a leaf drifts through air when nothing pushes it from below or above. There is no urgency to reach any point, no destination behind the next inhale. Just this moment, held open by the quiet return of breath. Now, feel your chest not as something that holds you up, but as a place where movement happens without effort. The rise and fall isn't controlled. It simply occurs, like the surface of a pond responding to a single drop far away. You don't have to make it happen. You only need to notice how easily it does. The air flows in, not through force, but because there's no longer any blockage, no hidden pressure holding your ribs tight or keeping your diaphragm from dropping. Let the outflow happen as naturally as light fades at dusk. Not abruptly, not with drama, but gradually. So gently, it feels like nothing left behind at all. The body doesn't need to announce its release. Just lets go. Your shoulders have gone from being up near your ears into a place where they no longer remember their own height. They've settled past effort, past memory, into the mattress itself, like sand that has finally found level ground after years of shifting in wind. The collarbones are not raised anymore, not even subtly. They're horizontal, unremarkable, like two thin threads laid across a quiet seam. There's no need to carry anything on them, no reason to keep them lifted. The weight is being passed down through the arms, through the hands, and into whatever lies beneath you. Now, let your neck soften not from stretching, but from stopping its own vigilance. It doesn't have to stay upright or straight. There's no danger of tilting if it chooses to rest. The muscles along its length aren't holding on to tension. They're just letting go, like a door hinge that hasn't been used in years and has finally forgotten how to resist. Your head is not resting on the pillow as though it must stay there. It's not supporting itself against gravity, just allowing itself to be supported by gravity, as if the skull were made of something lighter than bone, like a hollow shell that floats when released. The back of your skull presses gently into the fabric, not pressing down, but simply being in contact with it, like two surfaces meeting without need for force. The hairline doesn't have to be taut or aligned. It can lie where it pleases, as if even the smallest detail is no longer important. And behind your eyes, that quiet dark you've been holding on to, let it deepen not by forcing silence, but by stopping its own search. No need to find stillness. Just stop looking for it. Let your mind settle into a space where thoughts don't arrive like visitors with agendas. They pass through now, not as interruptions, but as shadows drifting across the surface of a lake. You notice them, and then you let them go, without following, without naming, without judgment. There's no need to tell yourself not to think. That kind of effort only makes thinking louder. Instead, just allow each thought to drift by like smoke from a fire that has already gone out. It rises, thins, and dissolves, not because you told it to, but because there's nothing left for it to hold. Now, repeat the release, but this time, not with your chest or arms, but with your breath alone. Let each exhalation be slower than the one before, not by trying to slow it down, but by noticing how it already wants to linger, how it doesn't rush back in. Let the air stay out a little longer, as if waiting for something that never comes. And then let it return without urgency. Just breath, returning on its own. Like tide coming back after a long retreat. Your body is not resisting this rhythm. It isn't fighting to be awake or to stay alert. There's no part of you trying to win the moment. No inner voice saying, "This should feel different." You're just letting go of effort, of expectation, of the habit of being on guard. Now, let your hands return to their place. Not because they were told to, but because they've already forgotten why they ever needed to move at all. The skin on your fingers feels thinner now. Not from cold, but from ease, like fabric that's been worn down by time and used until it no longer resists touch. Your palms are not pressing into the bed in search of grip, just resting there like stones left behind after a flood has receded. And beneath you, the mattress is not just supporting your body. It's becoming part of its shape. The way earth receives rain, or how soil holds roots without effort. You're not lying on something anymore. You're being held by it. There's no separation between where your skin ends and the world begins. Not in this moment. Not now. And with that, let the next breath come softly, without demand. Let it rise like steam from a cup left on a table after tea is gone. Let it fall as quietly as dust settles when silence has claimed all sound. No need to hold anything here, not even the idea of resting, just being as simple as water finding its level or shadow following light without question. And if another thought comes, whether about what might have been said today, or whether you left the door unlocked, or why your mind keeps returning to that moment at dusk when everything felt just slightly off, let it pass through like a leaf on a stream. Not stopped, not answered, just released into the current of stillness. You don't need to fix it. You don't even have to see what's there. Just let it go. Let your shoulders sink deeper into the space beneath them, not as if they're giving up, but as though gravity has finally found its way home through you. The bones there are not stiff anymore, nor do they feel like they're holding anything back. They've softened into the bed like sand that's been soaked by a slow tide and no longer resists being reshaped. You don't have to push them down. Just let them rest where they already belong. Your arms hang now, not limp but released, each one a weight that knows its own ending point. The elbows bend slightly, just enough so the forearms lie flat against your sides, as if they've remembered how gravity works and decided not to argue with it anymore. The wrists are loose, like strings tied too loosely at first, then simply let go. Your fingers aren't curled or clenched, just open, palms up, resting on the mattress as though waiting for nothing but air. And that air, it's still there between your hands and the surface below. Not pressing, not pushing, just being present in its quiet way. The skin of your palms is not dry or tight. It feels porous now, like paper left out overnight after rain. Not fragile, just soft enough to receive what lies beneath without resistance. Beneath you, the bed has taken on a new kind of weight. It's no longer something separate that you lie on. You're sinking into it, not falling, but being absorbed, slowly and gently, like water soaking into dry soil. No sharp edge where your body meets the mattress, just a gradual blending, skin meeting fabric, muscle giving way to support, breath coming in without demand, going out without urgency. Let your hips relax their grip on the air around them. No need to hold yourself upright anymore. They don't have to be alert or ready for anything. Let the pelvis tilt slightly forward, not from effort, but because it's no longer fighting its own natural shape. The spine is not straightening, it's surrendering, one vertebra at a time, into the curve that has always been waiting. Your back, yes, even your lower back is releasing now, not with force, but with quiet acceptance of what lies beneath. No need to arch or flatten it. Just let it rest in its own alignment. The muscles along the sides there have stopped their low-level hum. the one you didn't know was always on. They've gone silent, not because they were told to, but because nothing is asking them to be loud. And your chest no longer tight with that small knot of unresolved tension, not even a memory of it. It's just breathing now, moving up and down as if guided by something older than thought. Each inhale brings air like light through fog, soft, unforced. The ribs don't lift. They open slowly, almost imperceptibly, like doors that have forgotten how to creak. You're not controlling this breath. It's happening without you needing to direct it. Now, shift your attention not to what's rising or falling, but to the stillness between breaths, the pause after each exhale that feels like a soft sigh held just beneath the surface of awareness. That space is not empty, not because something is there, but because nothing needs to fill it. It simply is. You're not trying to reach it. You aren't chasing it. It's already here. And in that pause, let your mind do what minds do when they've stopped searching. Drift, not toward anything, just float, like a feather caught in the corner of an open window, spinning slowly on air, too gentle to carry it far. There's no direction to follow, no task assigned, just motion without purpose. Let thoughts rise from where they come, not as demands or reminders, but as shadows passing over the surface of still water. They don't need a name. They don't need an answer. You're not their keeper. You're just present enough to notice them, and then let them fade into the background noise of silence. If you think about what someone said at lunch, how they looked when they paused, how their voice changed on the last syllable, don't hold it. Let that moment unfold in its own time, outside your body, as if seen through a glass window, too fogged to read clearly. The words don't matter anymore, not because you've forgotten them, but because there's no longer any need to keep them. There is only this, the warmth spreading from your core outward, slow, steady, like sunlight moving across stone after hours of cold. It doesn't burn. It doesn't rush. It just settles into every part of you that has been waiting, not for something new, but simply for permission to stop fighting. Your legs are no longer limbs you use or control. They're parts of the whole now, as if they've decided to stay put and be quiet. The thighs carry their weight without effort, just heavy in a way that feels like safety, like being held by something larger than yourself. The calves softening with each passing breath, not from fatigue, but from release. The feet are warm, not hot, not cold, but comfortably alive with sensation that doesn't ask to be noticed. But you can let yourself notice, just for a moment, that your body is not resisting rest. It's simply allowing itself to be as it is, in this place, at this time. No more pretending to be alert. No more rehearsing conversations that never happened. This isn't sleep yet. Not exactly. But it's the space between being awake and falling into dream. The kind of stillness that comes only when you stop trying to reach anything, when all movement has slowed down enough that even your thoughts feel like they're walking barefoot through a room with no floor. Let your eyelids rest. Not because they've closed, but because there's no longer any reason for them to stay open. The darkness behind them isn't empty. It's full of quiet. Not in the way that thought fills silence, but in the way that space holds breath before it becomes sound. And if you drift just a little, don't panic. Don't pull yourself back. Let it happen like water moving over pebbles. Gentle, inevitable, without resistance. There's no need to stay awake. There's no reason to stay aware. The body has already begun the quiet work of letting go, and the mind is beginning to follow, not by effort, but by simply stopping its own running. So rest, just as you are, not because you've earned it, not because you're doing well or trying hard, but because you've been allowed to stop for a while. The night continues without demand. The dark remains patient. And you, well, you're no longer holding on. You're simply letting your body become the shape it was made to be. Still, heavy, and finally at home in its own skin. Your breath is no longer something you manage, no longer a task or a rhythm to maintain. It's just moving through you like air through a hollow reed, soft and unforced. Each exhale loosening the threads that tied your chest too tightly together. The space beneath your sternum isn't tight anymore. It's open. Not because it has been pushed wide, but because it simply stopped resisting being closed in the first place. You don't have to do anything with it. There is no goal beyond this moment of release. No need for correction, no expectation that it should deepen or slow down further. It just stays. The weight of your arms has changed, not lessened, just different. They are not resting on the bed because you placed them there. They have simply decided to stay where they are, like stones in a quiet stream, worn smooth by time and water. The elbows settle into their sockets without effort. Your forearms lie across your torso as if they've remembered how to be still, long and warm, not needing to reach or grab or hold anything. Even the skin feels less alert now, more porous, like it's breathing in the quiet of the room rather than trying to defend itself from sound. The fingers are no longer separate things. They're part of a single softness spreading outward from your palms. Not asleep, but not awake either. They don't curl or twitch or clench at imagined tasks. They lie flat against your body, their tips slightly warm, The skin between them relaxed as if they'd forgotten how to grip. You can feel the shift in temperature. Your hands are no longer cool with tension. They're gently heating up from within, like sun-warmed stone after a long night of stillness. Your shoulders have stopped being part of your effort. They were holding things before, not just physical weight, but memory, anticipation, an old habit of standing ready for something that never came. Now they've slipped down, deep into the mattress, not from collapse, but because there's no reason to rise anymore. The muscles at the base of your neck have let go completely. You can feel it, a soft release behind your ears, like pressure dissolving behind glass. There is no longer any need to hold yourself upright in this place. No one sees you. No one expects anything from you. The back of your skull rests into the pillow, not as if seeking comfort, but because gravity has finally won its quiet argument. The point where head meets neck settles into alignment, not through correction, but simply by yielding. There is no tension there anymore, not even a memory of it. Your jaw loosens further with each breath out. Not clenched now, not locked in place from stress or silence. It's just open. Your teeth apart, your tongue. The skin around your eyes is soft, not drawn tight across bone, and beneath the surface, the tiny muscles that hold the day's attention have finally stopped their work. You don't need to notice them. They've already gone quiet. The space between your eyebrows, where light tension used to gather like dust in a forgotten room, is smooth now. Not because it is empty, but because there is no one left to pull it together. Your breath continues, unhurried and steady. It doesn't rush toward some imagined completion. There's nothing to win here, no goal to reach by the time you finish this sentence. You're not trying to get anywhere. The air moves through your nose and out again without ceremony, like wind passing over a hillside in late autumn. No longer stirring leaves, but just moving through space that already knows its shape. And when a thought returns, the half-remembered line from the phone call earlier, or the way someone looked at you during a pause, don't name it. Don't give it form. Let it drift like smoke across a window pane, visible for an instant, then gone. Not because you dismissed it, because you no longer carry its weight. The body is not resisting this quiet now. It's welcoming it. The spine isn't stiff or rigid. It's relaxed into the curve of the bed, as if it has been waiting all along to let gravity do what it was built for. Your hips have loosened, not collapsed, but softened, like clay that has finally stopped fighting its own shape. They sink slightly deeper into the mattress with each breath, not from fatigue, but because there is no longer any need to keep them in place. Your thighs are heavy without effort, not tired, not sore, just present, thick and warm, resting where they belong. The skin over your quads feels thickened by stillness, as if the body has grown heavier with time spent not moving. The toes are no longer curled or pressed together. They spread slightly apart, not because you told them to, but because they've decided that being close doesn't mean safety anymore. There is space between them now, not from fear, but from letting go. The nails don't ache. The tips aren't numb. They're just present, alive in a quiet way, like roots beneath soil when the ground has stopped trembling. And behind your closed eyes, there's no image, no memory, no scene to replay. Just dark, not black or empty, but thick with stillness. Not silence that needs to be filled, but silence that already knows what it is. It's not waiting for a thought. It doesn't need permission to remain quiet. The darkness behind your eyes isn't haunted by anything. It's simply resting. You don't have to stay awake here. You don't have to think about staying in this place. There is no rule against drifting. No punishment if you fall into something softer than awareness. This space, this moment, is not a test. It's just what happens when the body stops trying to be alert and lets itself become still. Your breath continues, moving through you like river water over stones that have long forgotten their names. You don't need to watch it. Don't try to follow its path. Just let it go where it will. Each out breath longer than the last. Not because you're making it so, but because your body has stopped holding back. And if a sensation arises, the warmth in one foot, the slight pressure in your shoulder, noting it isn't doing anything. It's just part of being here. Not something to fix or examine. You can let it be there and move on, like clouds passing over open sky. The room is quiet, not because nothing is happening, but because everything has slowed down enough that sound no longer matters. The hum from the refrigerator, the distant creak of floorboards, it's all just part of a rhythm. You're now too relaxed to separate from your own breath. There are no thoughts left to chase, no moment to reframe, no version of yourself still trying to be somewhere else. You're not trying to become peaceful. You're not aiming for calmness like it's something to grab and hold. You're just allowed to stop. And with each passing second, Your body becomes less a structure you must control, more a shape that has finally remembered how to rest. The air in the room feels heavier, not because it's thick, but because time has slowed down. Not like hours stretching out, but like moments settling into one another, layer by layer, softly, quietly, without hurry. You don't need to know what happens next. You don't even need to care. The only thing that matters is this: the weight of your limbs, the warmth in your palms, the way your ribs expand and fall with no effort at all. There's no demand on you anymore. No expectation. Just stillness. Deep and unbroken. And if sleep comes, it won't come as a surprise. It will just arrive as quietly as breath returning after a long silence. One toe lifts slightly, not from effort, not as a signal, but because it can. It doesn't vanish, but it no longer pulls at your attention. Your arms lie heavy on the bed, not because they're tired, but because gravity has finally accepted them as part of the landscape, no longer holding themselves up. The elbows don't press into fabric. They've surrendered to where the mattress gives way under their weight, sinking slightly like stones dropped in a deep pool. Your forearms are warm now. Not hot, but alive with blood that moves without urgency, flowing through veins that no longer need to be guarded. It flows now through your throat like water over smooth riverbeds. The muscles across your back don't tense at the sound of the house settling. They let it happen without response. They're not bracing against a world that doesn't need protecting anymore. There's no one watching. No moment requiring proof of strength. You don't have to remember anything. You don't have to forget either. The past isn't being rewritten. It's just resting. Like old letters folded into the bottom drawer of an empty desk. Not destroyed, but simply put away because they're no longer needed. The space behind your eyes, it isn't blank. It is full. Not with images, not with voices, but with presence. A thick calm that doesn't have to fill anything because it already contains everything necessary. There's no need for meaning here. No demand for clarity. Just this, the quiet hum of being unburdened. If a memory rises, you don't step into it. You let it pass through like a shadow underwater. No resistance, no reaction. It doesn't carry weight because you're not holding onto it. You are not trying to catch it or push it away. There's just space for it to be there, and then move on. Your neck. The muscles at the base of your skull are soft now. Not floppy, but relaxed in a way that only happens when nothing demands attention. The tendons don't pull upward toward the crown of your head. They've stopped straining against their own shape. You can feel how they lie, long and still, like threads left behind after a quilt has been laid out. The jaw, you're not thinking about it, but you notice it's not clenched. It doesn't press together at the molars. There's no pressure between your teeth. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth. Not because you've placed it there, but because it feels natural to let go. You don't have to will it into position. There's a quiet warmth spreading from your chest outward, like steam rising slowly from soil after nightfall. It doesn't burn, it just is. There's no reason for it to be faster or slower. No purpose. Just heat that comes and stays because there's nowhere else for it to go. You don't have to find peace. You're already in its shape. The way your spine curves slightly into the curve of the mattress, like a river finding its bed after long wandering. The air around you feels heavier not because it's dense, but because time has stopped pretending it needs to move forward. Your legs, they've given up on being ready for anything. They're not poised to stand or run or hide. They don't need to be strong anymore. You can feel the weight of your thighs, heavy and warm, pressing into the bed in a way that doesn't ask permission. The calves are relaxed, not limp, but steady. The ankles have softened, no longer holding their position like sentinels. The feet, they're not separate from you. They're part of the same quiet movement that runs through your whole body. Like water flowing down a slope it didn't know existed until now. There's no resistance in them. No urge to move. Just presence. And behind your eyes, there's no scene, no voice, no replay of something said or left unsaid. There is only the deep stillness, the kind that doesn't demand attention, but holds everything anyway. It isn't waiting for sleep. It's not preparing to wake. It simply is. A dark so thick it feels like a breath held too long. The body isn't resisting. It isn't guarding itself. The muscles aren't holding on in case something comes. They're just letting go, one layer at a time, like leaves detaching from a tree, not because they were forced, but because the season has decided it's time. Your breath continues, not fast, not slow, not shallow or deep, but steady, like a pulse beneath skin that no longer needs to be checked. You don't need to know how many times you've inhaled tonight. You don't need to count the seconds between each one. The rhythm is already inside you. That question isn't asked anymore. The only thing left is the slow release of tension, of urgency, of effort. The quiet letting down of a structure that has been holding itself together for too long. Your hands, they're not doing anything, not grasping, not reaching, just resting, open, palms up, like something waiting to receive nothing at all. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full. Not with thoughts or pictures, but with stillness so deep it feels like a place where time forgot to move. And if a sound comes, the whisper of fabric shifting, the slow creak of wood settling, not separate from your breath, not louder than your heartbeat, just another element in the quiet world you're no longer trying to control. Your spine has settled into the mattress like a riverbed that no longer needs to carry anything. It isn't holding you up anymore. It's letting you lie down as if gravity were finally permitted to do its work without resistance. The bones beneath your skin are not stiff with vigilance. They're softened by time, by stillness, by the quiet understanding that nothing here is in danger of being lost or forgotten. You don't need to remember what happened today. No one asked you to keep it safe. There's no record to maintain, no memory that must be preserved. The moments that weighed on your chest earlier, they're not gone, but they're no longer yours to carry. The breath moves through you now like a current in a deep underground stream. Steady, silent, unbothered by the surface world above it. You don't need to direct it. It doesn't pause for permission. It flows without needing a reason. And each time it leaves your body, there is less of a shape to hold on to. The outline of tension dissolves with every exhale, like ink spreading in water until only the faintest trace remains. Your arms, they're not resting on top of you. They've fallen through their own weight into the space beneath them. Not collapsed, but released, like fabric that has stopped being pulled taut by invisible hands. The elbows are soft, no longer hooked toward readiness or defense. The forearms hang in a way that feels neither heavy nor light, but simply true to where they belong, suspended between stillness and motion, with neither purpose nor urgency. There's a warmth spreading through your shoulders, not heat, not fever, but the quiet pulse of blood returning home after long hours away from its usual place. The muscles are no longer braced against imagined threats. They've unknotted themselves like rope that was once tied too tightly and has finally been allowed to loosen in its own time. You can feel it. The shift not in your mind, but deep within the tissue itself. A release so slow it might be mistaken for stillness. Your chest, it's not rising with effort anymore. It's falling into a shape it had forgotten how to make, softened by surrender rather than strain. The ribs are no longer pressing inward as if trying to keep something out. They're open, not wide, but relaxed. As though the body has learned that breathing doesn't require protection. That air can come in without fear of what follows. The space beneath your collarbones feels lighter now, like a door left slightly ajar after long hours of being shut tight, not inviting anything in, not rejecting anything either, just open. And the breath glides through it like wind passing over a hillside at dawn, not loud, not urgent, but carrying something ancient and quiet. Your hands, they're not clenched around anything. Neither memories nor regrets, neither expectations nor apologies. They're just there. Palms facing up, fingers slightly curled, as if the world had simply placed them gently on your skin and said, "This is enough." No need to grasp, no need to hold, just being. There's a softness in the way your fingertips rest, not pressed into anything, not seeking friction or contact. They're like petals that have drifted from a stem and landed where they were meant to. Unhurried, unclaimed, already at peace. And then something smaller comes through. The space between your fingers isn't empty, but it's not full either. It's the quiet place where nothing is demanded of you. Not movement, not thought, just presence in a form that doesn't need to explain itself. Your legs, they've stopped thinking about their position. Now they just let go, the way roots settle into soil after rain, sinking deeper because there's no need to stay upright anymore. The thighs, they're not firm. They don't have a job to do. The muscles aren't holding their shape against fatigue or expectation. They've given in, not weakly, but with a kind of final grace, as if the body has said, "I don't need to be strong now. I can just be. The calves, they're not tense with readiness, not stiff from sitting too long. The tendons have relaxed into their own length, no longer pulled taut by anxiety or anticipation. They lie in quiet acceptance of their weight, like stones at the bottom of a still pool. Your feet, they aren't cold, they're not hot, they're just present. The soles touching the bed with no pressure to push back. The arches have softened, no longer holding firm against imagined ground beneath them. No joint demands motion. No muscle insists on function. There's only the slow descent not down into darkness, but into stillness, where all things are allowed to be as they are without judgment, and behind your eyes, there's no image now. Not a replay of words spoken too fast or left unsaid. Not a vision of what could have been different. Just space. Deep and soft. Like the inside of an empty cave where nothing echoes because no one is there to hear it. If thoughts come, they don't arrive like intruders. They drift in like fog across water. Slow, gray, moving without force, passing through without leaving a mark. You don't greet them. You don't stop them. You don't ask what they mean. You simply let them pass, like leaves carried by the current of your own breath. And when one lingers, not long enough to be noticed, just long enough to be seen, it doesn't have to be answered. It doesn't need a name or an explanation. It's just another part of the quiet that already surrounds you, not separate from it, just passing through it like smoke through open air. The darkness behind your eyes isn't dark because there's nothing inside. It's dark because everything is allowed to stay still, undisturbed, unexamined. There's no need to search for meaning. No reason to follow a trail that leads nowhere. The only path here is the one that doesn't go anywhere at all. You're not falling asleep. Not yet, but you're becoming something else. Someone who has stopped trying to be anything in particular. You aren't making room for sleep. Sleep isn't coming as an arrival. It's simply being allowed to happen. Like rain after drought. No demand, no timing. Just the slow unfolding of a world that was waiting. Your breath continues. Not faster, not slower, but steady, continuous. Part of something larger than effort or intention. The rhythm is in your blood now, not in your mind. It doesn't need to be noticed. It doesn't require focus. It's already moving through you, like the tide knows it must move without being told. And if there's a sound, the rustle of fabric shifting on the bed, the faint shift of weight against pillows, it doesn't pull you from this place. It just becomes part of the silence that has always been here, waiting to be noticed only when all else is gone. There's no need to know what time it is. No reason to wonder how long you've been lying like this. The hours don't matter anymore. Only the now. And in this now, nothing happens except being allowed to stop. The weight of your body isn't a burden. It's a release, not something you're carrying, but something that has finally come home. You don't have to carry it forward. It doesn't need to be taken anywhere. You've already arrived where you were meant to go, not by effort or will, but by letting the body remember how to rest. And if there's a moment when you feel yourself drifting, just slightly, just for an instant, don't try to hold on. Don't reach out with your thoughts. Just let it happen. Let the quiet deepen. Let the breath soften further. Let the weight of your limbs sink even deeper into the bed. The air flows out through your nose now with no effort at all. Not even a thought about how long it takes or whether you're doing it correctly. It's just the way things are when there's nothing left to hold on to. And what remains is softer than before. Your chest rises less sharply, no longer pushing against an invisible weight, and falls with quiet certainty, like water returning to stillness after a ripple has passed. The muscles across your upper back relax where they've been taut for hours. Not in one sudden release, but as if the body finally remembers how to soften from within. You don't tell them to let go. You simply notice that they are letting go. There's no need to fix anything or even name it. Not a single thing requires your attention anymore. Even the memory of what kept you awake, the words, the glances, the silence between them, has lost its edge. Not because it has been erased, but because it no longer needs to be carried forward. It's like pebbles in a stream. They were once stuck beneath the surface, sharp and stubborn. But now, with time, the current has turned them smooth, rounded, moving gently downstream without resistance. You're not trying to forget. You're just letting go of the grip that was keeping you awake. The warmth spreads from your palms inward. Not a heat like fire, but a quiet kind of warmth, like sunlight through thick wool on an old blanket. Your fingers are loose now, not limp, not stiff, just resting, fully present in their own weight. The tips aren't tense. They're open, slightly splayed against the bedsheet, as if receiving something delicate from the air itself. Your arms lie where they've fallen, not held or positioned, but simply released into the space between you and the mattress. They don't hover above anything. They don't reach for what's missing. They just are, full of their own weight, grounded in stillness. Each joint is unclaimed by effort. Each small bone rests quietly beneath skin that no longer needs to protect. Your shoulders have slipped far down, not dropped suddenly, but eased backward into the soft give of the pillow and the bed, like two stones settling into a riverbed after a long drought. They're not trying to rise or hold up anything anymore. There's nothing left they need to carry. And because there's no load, there's no strain. Your neck is longer now, not straightened, but relaxed in its natural curve. The tension that had been coiled between your skull and spine has loosened like a spring unwound after years of pressure. Your head isn't pressing forward or back. It just rests where it belongs, cradled by the pillow, held not by force, but by grace. You don't have to adjust yourself. You aren't trying to be comfortable. Comfort is no longer the goal. It's simply what happens when all striving stops. The breath flows now in long, slow waves, each one unfolding without urgency. Each exhale lasting a little longer than the last. Not because you're counting or measuring it, but because your body knows how much space there is to let go into. There's no need for a reason. No explanation needed for why this is happening. It doesn't have to make sense. You aren't required to understand it. Just allow the rhythm of release that has been waiting in silence since before you woke up tonight. You can feel your ribs spreading slightly with each inhale, not expanding outward, but opening inward, like a door that was locked for too long, finally swinging wide without sound. And when you exhale, something settles deeper than the breath itself, not in your lungs, not even in your chest. It's lower, where warmth pools near the base of your spine, where stillness begins to take root, like roots finding soil after a long, dry spell. Something within you is beginning to settle into place. Your hips release their grip on the night. The weight of them presses gently into the bed, not heavy with burden, but full and complete in its own presence. There's no destination calling from ahead. The thighs follow, no longer tensed against tension they've carried all day. They're warm now, thick with release, like wood that has finally stopped resisting moisture. The calves soften downward, not into sagging, but into a kind of quiet surrender. Even your mind doesn't have to stop thinking. It just has to stop chasing. Thoughts drift in like shadows across a window at dusk. They pass without asking permission, without needing an answer. And when one lingers too long, you don't pull it back or push it away. You let it float past like mist over still water. No ripples left behind. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of quiet, full of permission, full of a kind of listening that doesn't have to hear anything because everything has already been heard. Your skin is aware, not tense or sensitive, but gently alive with the weight of air on it, with the touch of fabric against bare limbs. It doesn't react, it just receives. Like earth receiving rain, not for what it will grow, but simply because it can. There's no need to be anything more than you are. Not awake, not asleep, just here, where being is enough. The bed holds you, not with effort or care, but simply by existing beneath you. You don't have to earn the rest you're receiving. It isn't given as a reward. It isn't earned through silence or stillness or willpower. It's just available. Always has been, always will be, when you stop trying to claim it. You aren't going anywhere, not even into sleep. You're only returning to the body, returning to You only need to stop pushing against the weight of yourself. And so, gently, without urgency or desire, you let go again. This time, not in a single motion, but as if the body is remembering how to breathe through its own stillness, how to stay where it already is, how to be home without ever having left. Your breath finds a rhythm that isn't trying to be deep or slow, just true. It flows without direction, like water finding its way through stone over time, not because it's meant to, but because it can. The chest doesn't rise as if lifting something, nor fall as if shedding weight. It simply follows the quiet motion of air passing in and out, with no demand attached, no destination. You don't guide it, it guides itself. And behind that breath, a softness settles, not across the body, but into it, like light entering a room long sealed shut. The shoulders are not just dropped. They've given up on holding anything at all. Not even their own shape is worth maintaining. They sink into the mattress, not as if sinking, but as if remembering how to be soft where they meet the bed. The arms stretch out in stillness, fingers resting like petals after a long day of sun. No longer needing to reach or grasp or hold on. There's warmth pooling just below the skin. Not heat exactly, but a kind of quiet hum. Just lie here, curved, held, supported, not because you're good at it, but because this is how bodies are meant to be when no one's watching. The hips let go not in a sudden release, but as if the tension had been stored for so long that even forgetting it took time. The muscles around them loosen like old leather after rain, slowly yielding, not collapsing, just returning to their natural shape. There is no effort in this letting be, no willpower needed. You're simply allowing gravity to do what it was always doing, Pull down the parts of you that have been holding up too much. The thighs are heavy now, not because they're tired, but because they've chosen rest over readiness. They don't brace for movement or prepare for standing. They just are. Thick with stillness, warm from circulation, returning after hours of tension, no longer waiting to be useful. The calves stretch out beneath the sheets like roots in soil. Long, quiet, not needing to grow anywhere. Your feet are not separate from you anymore. They've dissolved into the sensation of being held by the bed. You don't feel them pressing down. They're just part of the whole body's weight, settling deeper into the surface below. The soles no longer know what it is to push or grip or balance. They're bare, quiet, present in the way that only feet can be when nothing asks of them. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of something else entirely. Not pictures, not thoughts, but a kind of calm presence, like still water under moonlight, where no wave has ever stirred. You don't have to clear it. There's already nothing there. Not even silence is needed. Just this quiet that doesn't ask anything from you. No attention, no interpretation, just being. And when the mind reaches back toward a small moment, the unfinished sentence, the tone in someone's voice, the way something was left unsaid, it doesn't grip it like before. It doesn't replay or rehearse. Instead, it lets that memory pass through like smoke through an open window. Not blocked, not welcomed, just gone. Not because you're strong enough to ignore it, but because your body has stopped needing answers. There's no reason for the mind to fight anymore. You don't need to stop thinking. You only need to stop following. Thoughts come in like birds at twilight. The air around you is thick with silence, not a lack, but an arrival. It's not thin and cold like absence, but warm, slow moving, holding space for whatever happens next. And if your breath slows even more, just a little, let it be. Don't notice how long between inhales or exhales. Just let each one unfold naturally, as if the air itself knows when you're ready to stop doing anything. Your hands rest where they fell, the fingers not curled into fists, not splayed like searching for something, but simply resting on top of your body, palms down, wrists relaxed, not even trying to be still. They don't need to do anything, not hold, not reach. Just be there, warm, quiet, part of the whole. There's no effort in this release, no pushing or pulling. It isn't a result. It's just what happens when you stop resisting. When the body realizes it doesn't have to stay alert, doesn't have to prepare, doesn't have to prove anything. And so it simply lets go. Not all at once, not dramatically, but over time, like water soaking into dry ground. Your arms aren't heavy because they're tired. They're heavy because they've stopped trying to be useful. Your chest isn't flat because you're asleep. It's just breathing without strain. The legs don't feel numb or weak. They feel they're fully present in their own heaviness, not as a burden, but as an offering. The mind doesn't have to quiet down. It can wander if it wants, but it won't find anything worth chasing here. Not because there's nothing to chase, but because the body already knows where it belongs. In stillness, in depth, in this moment that isn't going anywhere and doesn't need to. Not trying to fall asleep, just allowing the night to do its work. Slowly, steadily, without haste. The sheets aren't crisp or cool anymore. They're warm from you. They hold your shape like old fabric that remembers what it was made for. Not perfection, Not performance, but rest. There's no urgency in this quiet, no pressure to move forward. Just the slow return of things, of breath into chest, of blood into limbs, of stillness into mind. Not a new beginning, not an ending, just continuity. The kind that doesn't need names or moments to be real. You don't have to do anything now, not even think about doing it. You're already doing what you were meant to. Resting. And if your eyelids drift shut again, not because they must, but because they've decided they want to, let them close slowly, like curtains drawn at dawn, when no one is awake yet. Your breath is a thread now, thin and soft, drifting through the still air like smoke from a candle long past its flame. It doesn't carry anything urgent, no message to send, no story to tell, just the quiet exchange between your body and the dark. Inhaling without demand. Your shoulders are still low, far below where they used to hover, like birds perched on a wire just waiting for danger. They've forgotten how to brace. The muscles beneath them no longer remember their job as guards. There is no need to block anything now. No one's coming. No judgment approaching through the door. So you let your collarbones sink inward, not into collapse, but into quiet surrender. Your arms hang from your shoulders like branches after a storm has passed. The wind long gone, and only gravity left to hold them down. The weight of your forearms is not a burden. It's an invitation to lie still, to let the fingers stretch out slightly, as if they're touching something warm beneath the surface of the bed, not reaching, just resting on what already holds you. The palms aren't stiff or clenched with memory. They are relaxed in their own shape. The curve of them shaped by years of being held and laid down, not grasped. You don't need to check if they're open. Just let them stay the way they've always been when no one's watching. Quiet, unforced. Your chest is not flat. It's full of silence. Not in a hollow way, but like a room filled with still air after everyone has left. The kind where sound doesn't bounce back, where every breath floats without echo. There's space beneath your sternum, not tight or constricted, but open in the way that old trees are open inside. Wide and quiet, holding nothing except their own slow rhythm. The spine isn't straight. It's relaxed into its natural curve, not trying to be upright for anyone. No need to prove you're still awake. It doesn't matter if your back is aligned with a chair or a wall. Here, in the bed, it can just be itself. The gentle S of your body's shape, folding inward where it needs to, without apology. Your legs aren't stiff or tense. They've dropped into the mattress like stones sinking through water. Not fast, not sudden. Just letting go. The thighs are heavy not because they're tired, but because they know what happens when you stop trying to be useful. Your body doesn't have to earn its rest. It's already yours. You don't feel the soles of your feet pressing down. The weight is too deep now for sensation. But it's there, like roots spreading beneath soil in slow motion. The breath is moving through you like water through an old pipe. No noise, just flow. No rushing to get anywhere. The air moves in and out as if it's been waiting for this moment all night long. The same way the sky waits for dawn, not with anticipation, but with inevitability. You're not breathing to sleep. You're breathing because you no longer have anything else to do. The mind is not quiet. It's just resting, not thinking about thoughts, not rejecting them, just letting them pass like leaves carried by a slow river. No need to catch one, no reason to follow any of them. They come in and out as if they've forgotten their own names. Faint shapes drifting across the surface of still water. And when you notice one, that small replay from earlier, that sentence left hanging, it doesn't stop you. It just fades like a shadow at noon. You don't need to erase anything. You don't have to fix what's not broken. The past isn't loud here, not sharp or insistent. Even the things that feel unresolved now, they're softer than they were before, as if time has already begun its gentle work of folding them into silence. There's no place you need to go, no future moment waiting behind a door. Just this breath, and the body holding it in its quiet way. Just soft shadows that don't need to be named or understood. You're not looking for anything in there, not answers, not peace, not even calm. You're just letting it be. And if a thought comes, just one, like a ripple from deep below, you can let it rise and sink again without speaking to it, without saying stop or go away. It doesn't need your attention. Not now. The silence is bigger than the thought. The air around you moves slowly. It's not cold. It doesn't carry urgency. It's thick, with something like stillness, like a room that remembers how to breathe without noise. The breath goes out longer now, not forced, not deep, but natural, like a sigh that's been waiting all night for permission to happen. And when it does, softly, without fanfare, it carries something with it. The last edge of tension dissolving like salt in warm water. Your arms are no longer just resting. They're part of the bed now, not separate from it, not fighting its shape. They've stopped resisting their own softness. The fingers don't twitch. They don't tighten. They lie open, not because they were told to, but because they know there's nothing left to hold. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with purpose. It moves only because the breath does. No need to force it. No fear of stopping. It just keeps going in its own time, like a wave that doesn't care if anyone sees it. And your legs, your lower body, is not asleep yet, but it's no longer awake either. It's somewhere between, in the quiet zone where effort has left and nothing is needed except to be. The knees aren't locked. The ankles are not tense. The feet are just there, warm, heavy, not bothering anyone. The silence isn't loud. It's deep, not a void, but a kind of fullness that doesn't make noise. It's the space between heartbeats when nothing is happening and everything is possible. You don't have to do anything now. There's no task in front of you. No tomorrow knocking at the door. Just this breath and this body. And this dark, which has been waiting for you all night long. And somewhere deep beneath all of this, the place where no one goes unless they've stopped running, you're already home, not arrived at, just found again, like a river returning to its bed after being diverted by storm. No fanfare. No announcement, just quiet flow, deeper and slower than before. Your breath is a thread now. It settles into the shape of stillness, a curve that no longer resists being held. There's room inside you now, more than was there before. just space where nothing is needed except to be. No words, no names, no memory of what happened earlier or what might come tomorrow. Your shoulders have stopped pretending they're guarding something. They've slipped down, not because someone told them to, but because gravity has found its way into the joint. The muscles are no longer tight with waiting. They've surrendered their vigilance. And your arms, they're not just heavy. They're warm in a way that feels like being wrapped without cloth. The heat spreading from within, rising gently through the skin. Letting go into the mattress like roots sinking into soil after rain. Your chest rises only because the breath demands it, not because you are willing it. And when it falls back down, it doesn't stop at the surface. It sinks deeper than skin, past ribs and bone, into a place where motion is no longer effort but habit. The body knows this rhythm better than any thought ever could. You're not doing anything to help it. There's nothing you need to do. Just letting. Your legs are not asleep yet, but they've stopped being awake. They've drifted into that quiet halfway point where awareness has loosened its grip, and the weight of existence is no longer a burden, but an invitation. The hips have relaxed, no longer tensed from carrying old decisions or unspoken regrets. The thighs fall like warm stones laid down in the earth. There's no resistance to gravity anymore. Not even a whisper of it. The calves are soft now. The muscles not tight, not coiled, just resting on their own bones. They don't remember being used for walking. Not today, not this night. They're only remembering how to be still. The feet, your feet, are warm and wide in the dark. You don't have to notice them, but you can feel the way they press gently into the bed, not pushing back, but surrendering fully. The heels sinking slightly, the arches uncurling like paper left too long in damp air. Your toes, they're not curled anymore. They've relaxed, each one loosening from its own small tension. Letting go of whatever it had been holding on to since before dawn. The space between them is open. Not because you wanted it to be, but because the body has decided it doesn't need to fight anything any longer. And behind your eyes, there's no image, no scene, not even a flicker of what might have happened earlier. The conversation, the look on someone's face, the silence that followed. Nothing is being replayed. The picture isn't blank because you're trying to erase it. It's quiet simply because nothing wants to stay. Thoughts come and go like clouds passing over moonlight. They don't stop. They don't linger. You don't have to send them away. The stillness behind your eyes isn't a victory over chaos. It's just the natural state of being when there's nothing left to do. You're not holding on to anything, not even to yourself. You've stopped trying to be someone in this moment. No role, no need to perform. The body doesn't care who you were before the night began. It only knows what it is now: quiet, heavy, warm, breathing without effort. And that's enough. The air around you feels different, thicker somehow. Not stale, not still, but full of a soft kind of silence that moves slowly through space, like dust in sunlight. You don't hear the clock ticking, not because it has stopped, but because your attention no longer cares about time. The hours are not pressing forward anymore. They're just passing through you. You don't have to be present. You don't need to stay aware. There's no reason to wake up now. Not even a whisper of urgency in the blood. Your pulse doesn't speed when thoughts rise. It simply lets them pass, like leaves floating down a slow stream. No grabbing, no resistance, just letting. No story to finish. No memory to settle. The silence has grown so thick that even the smallest sound would be too loud. You're not falling asleep because you want to. Just as you didn't wake up when you first closed your eyes, you're drifting, not toward sleep, but into a place where being is enough, where movement doesn't require intention, where stillness isn't waiting for something else to happen. Your limbs are no longer separate from the bed. They've become part of it. The mattress feels like an extension of yourself. Warm, yielding, holding you without effort, not pushing back, not demanding anything, just being there. Like the ground beneath roots that have long stopped needing to reach for light. They don't come close enough to be named, and you don't want them to. There's no need to return anything. No reason to pull yourself back into awareness. The body already knows how to rest. It doesn't have to be taught. It only needs permission, and that has been given again and again. In every soft exhalation, every sinking weight, every letting go of tension, so small it was almost invisible. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be. Not now. There's no hurry. The night is long and generous. It doesn't care if you stay here a little longer, just resting in the quiet between breaths, between thoughts, between one moment and the next. The dark behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of something else. Not memory, not meaning, not even peace. just presence. The kind that exists when nothing is asked for, when no one needs to be seen, when you are simply allowed to be without reason or reward. Your shoulders are lower now than they've ever been in this body. They aren't just down, they're gone into the mattress, not sinking, but becoming part of it, as if gravity has finally found its way past resistance and entered every cell like a long-forgotten welcome home. The warmth spreads slowly, through arms, through legs, through chest, and doesn't stop at skin. It moves deeper, quiet and steady, as if your blood has learned how to carry stillness with it instead of noise. You don't have to feel the heat. Just let it be there, like a quiet fire in the center of you that doesn't need fuel. The weight you carry isn't something you've earned. It's just been there, like sediment settling at the bottom of a still pool after all motion has stopped. It doesn't belong to any moment in particular. Not today, not yesterday, not even that one time when words were sharp and hands trembled. It simply is part of your shape now, part of how you lie down without knowing it's been there for so long. But tonight, the body remembers what the mind has forgotten. That weight can be released like water from a cup left open on stone. You don't have to pull it away. You only have to let go. Slowly, as if untying knots with fingers too tired to tug hard. The chest is no longer holding itself up. It's resting, not against breath, but against the quiet truth of gravity. It doesn't rise because you want air. It rises because your body has decided that breathing can be a kind of silence, not an effort. There's warmth spreading through the arms now. Not heat like fire, but something older. The slow pulse of stillness moving outward from center to edge, as if every nerve ending is learning how to sleep. The skin doesn't itch or tingle. It just feels known. Known by itself. No one needs to see it. It isn't trying to be soft nor strong. It's simply allowing what happens. They aren't gripping a memory or holding on to an idea. Their fingers lie open like petals after rain, soft in their own shape, unforced by will, no longer needing direction. The tips don't press into the sheets. They sink slightly, as if drawn down by some slow gravity beneath the surface of fabric. The shoulders have settled so far back that they're no longer above your spine. They've slipped below it, become part of the layer between bone and mattress, the quiet zone where effort dissolves. They aren't relaxing toward something else. They are already there. Not resting in anticipation of rest, but resting because movement has stopped being required. The breath comes now not as a rhythm, but as an echo, longer than intention, deeper than need. It leaves your mouth with no force behind it, just release. Like air escaping from a sealed jar that forgot how to close again. And when you inhale next, the one after this long pause, it doesn't come in like an invitation or a demand. It comes simply because there is room for it, and the body knows what fits. You don't have to guide it. You only have to notice. Your ribs are not holding tight anymore. They've softened their grip on air. The space between them is wide enough now that even silence feels spacious. There's no need to fill anything. No urgency in needing more than this moment offers. This quiet, thick kind of being. The legs have gone still, not just relaxed, but unattached from the idea of standing or walking. They're not resting on the bed. They've become part of it. The same way roots grow into soil without effort, without asking permission. The feet, those small islands at the end, are not tired anymore, not aching from steps or pressure from shoes. They're bare now in this quiet place, toes curled slightly inward, as if remembering how they once pressed into earth during some forgotten walk. But there's no need to remember it, no reason to follow that path. The calves aren't holding anything, no tension built up over hours of standing still while waiting for something else. They've dropped down like stones in deep water, sinking past resistance until only calm remains below them. And the ankles, they're not stiff or tight anymore. The joints are open, not wide enough to move, but soft enough that nothing needs to be done about them. It's as if time has stopped just long enough for bones and tendons to let go of every memory of strain. There is no effort in any part now, no intention behind motion, no need to control the pulse beneath skin. The blood flows not because you want it to, it simply does, slowly, without hurry, like a stream finding its way through earth that's already softened from rain. You don't have to make space for sleep. You're already in it, not as an action, but as a condition of being, the kind where presence doesn't require performance, where lying still isn't waiting, it is living. The mind, the quiet hum behind your skull, it hasn't stopped moving, but there's no longer anything to catch on to. The thoughts aren't loud or sharp anymore. They're like dust motes in a beam of moonlight, floating, drifting, never landing long enough to be named. You don't have to push them away. You just let each one pass, not with judgment, not with recognition, but as if it were nothing more than air brushing across your skin and then gone. No reason to pull yourself back into wakefulness. The body has already begun its long return, slower than speed ever could manage. It doesn't need a plan or purpose, just this: stillness, warmth, breath that comes without demand, and the dark behind your eyes. It's not waiting for light, nor is it afraid of silence. It holds nothing, not memory, not regret, not even desire. It just is. A quiet fullness with no need to explain itself, like a forest after snowfall. Everything covered in white, and all noise erased beneath stillness. The body doesn't know what sleep is, but it knows how to rest. That knowledge lives deeper than thought. In the way, muscles surrender when they realize there's nothing left to fight against. In the moment, breath slows. Not because you've willed it, but because your lungs have stopped needing to prove anything. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're already in a place where falling isn't necessary. There's no edge between wakefulness and sleep anymore. Just this soft layer of being, thicker than thought, deeper than motion. The arms are not heavy with weight. They've become part of the bed's shape, as if your body has stopped trying to stay separate from it and instead said, "Yes, I am here." And so you lie, not on top of anything, but within a kind of quiet continuity, a place where no one is watching, nothing needs fixing, and being doesn't require proof. You don't have to be better than now. You're already enough, just as your breath slows without asking for permission, just as your hands open without needing a reason. There is no goal here, not even the idea of sleep itself. Only this: letting go in ways so small they were never noticed before, but that add up slowly over time. The body isn't resisting anymore. It doesn't need to protect anything. It has stopped preparing for departure or arrival. It just is where it belongs, exactly as it is. And the silence, it's not empty, not cold, but full of something deeper than sound. A presence so quiet that even thought can no longer disturb it. You don't have to carry this anymore. You've already handed it over in every long exhale, every sinking limb, every moment where tension loosened without being noticed. So you stay, not trying to arrive anywhere, not rushing toward the end of anything, just allowing, again and again, the kind of stillness that doesn't beg for recognition. There's no need to call any part of yourself home. You already are here, and the night holds you, not because it must, but simply because it can. And in its generosity, there is nothing left to do except rest. Your breath moves now like water finding its level, slowly, without effort, through channels that no longer resist. The air flows in and out as if remembering a rhythm older than thought, one that doesn't require attention to stay alive. You don't guide it, you simply let it be. And with each passing wave of release, the space between your ribs softens further, not from force, but from surrender. There's no tightness left to fight. It has dissolved into warmth, like ice melting on a stone in spring. The body isn't trying to fix anything. It's not even aware that it was ever tense. It simply remembers what it means to be at ease. The back of your neck, the small muscles there are loosening. Not all at once, but one thread after another, like threads unraveling from a seam no longer needed. No one asked them to hold anything. They were just doing their job, keeping you upright, alert, ready. But now they've been told, you may stop. So they do. The weight of your head settles slightly into the pillow, not as pressure, but as belonging. As if it had always meant to rest there. Your fingers, They're no longer curled in preparation for something unseen. They lie open, palms up, like vessels waiting only for warmth. And yes, it's coming. A slow seep of heat from deep within the hand, rising not through effort, but because the body has stopped fighting its own natural flow. Blood moves freely now. No current blocked by clenched joints or braced tendons. The fingertips are soft, almost weightless, as if they've forgotten what resistance feels like. It moves now, as if breathing were just one small part of being alive, not the whole point. The breath isn't fighting for space. It's found its home. And when you exhale, there's no sense of pushing out, only letting go, like releasing a thought that was never yours to keep. The legs, they're long and quiet now beneath the sheet, not stiff or numb, but deeply settled. Each joint relaxed into its own shape, as if your bones had finally decided to stop pretending they needed to be ready for anything at all. The thighs are heavy, not in a way that pulls you down, but in the way something natural does when it's allowed to stay exactly where it is. Calves and ankles release their last traces of tension, the kind that comes from standing too long on thoughts or walking through memories without rest. You don't have to remember what happened today or yesterday or any moment before this one. You're not being asked to fix anything. There's no need to retrace the path of a conversation you didn't finish. or replay the look someone gave you when they said something small and sharp. That part is finished. It has already passed through your body, not as damage, but as motion. Like leaves falling from a tree in late autumn. Not destroyed by wind, just released. Behind your eyes, there's no image now, only quiet, not emptiness, not void, but an absence of demand. The mind isn't trying to create anything. It doesn't need to fill the space with names or scenes or echoes. It rests in the dark like a room after everyone has left. The silence isn't empty because nothing is there. It's full because everything has stopped making noise. You could lie here for hours or minutes without any sense of passing time. Not because you're avoiding sleep, but because time itself no longer matters. There's no tomorrow to prepare for, no past to carry forward. This moment isn't a step toward anything. It just is. And in its stillness, there is room. The skin on your arms, it feels lighter now. Not cold, not warm, but simply present, as if it has stopped trying to protect you from touch or temperature, and instead said, "I'm okay with this." The air brushing against you doesn't need to be named. It's just air. And so are the sensations, soft, drifting, unimportant. Your spine, it's not straightening for posture. It's not arching forward in anticipation. It simply curves along its own shape, like a river finding its way through earth that has long given up resisting. The vertebrae align not by will, but by surrender. Each one settles into place without effort, as if gravity were no longer an enemy. Even the thoughts, they don't come like invaders anymore. When they arrive, it's not with urgency or weight. They drift in, like leaves on a stream, and you don't stop them. You don't follow. You just let them pass by, carried along without notice. And when one lingers too long, you don't push it away. You let the silence behind your eyes grow stronger, and slowly it fades into stillness again. There's no need to return to anything, no place to go, not even back to yourself. You're not a separate thing anymore, just part of this quiet continuity. Like breath in the dark or soundless motion beneath the surface of sleep. The body doesn't know what time is. It only knows whether it's holding on. And now, it isn't. The warmth spreads through you. Not fast, but steadily. Like sunlight moving across a wall after dawn has passed and no one is watching. You don't have to feel it. You just are in it. The way the air moves inside your lungs doesn't need a name. The fact that your legs sink deeper into the mattress isn't something you can prove. It's simply true. The room around you, it holds its breath too. Not because it's waiting, but because it knows what this is. Not an ending, not a beginning, just presence. A space where nothing has to be done, where being alive means nothing more than lying still and letting the body remember how to rest without permission. There's no one here to see you. No expectation of performance. No need to say anything or show anything. You don't have to explain why your eyes stay closed or why your hands remain open. The night doesn't ask for proof that you're sleeping. It only knows when something has stopped fighting. So let it be. Let the softness grow deeper in your arms, deeper in your chest, deeper in your breaths. Let the quiet stretch longer than any sentence ever could. There's no rush, no reason to move forward. The body doesn't need a goal. It just needs to stop resisting what is already happening. You don't have to fall asleep. You're not far from it. You've never been farther away than you are now. Even when your eyes were open. Because the moment has come when nothing needs to be done except continue resting. And so you do without effort, without struggle, without needing anything at all. It doesn't rush toward anything. It doesn't gather speed to prove itself. It just flows softly, steadily, in and out of the space where your body meets air, as if it were simply returning home after being away for years. You don't guide it. You don't shape it. There's no place it needs to go. No pressure to deepen or lengthen. The exhalation is not a release. It is already released. It has been waiting in your lungs, gently gathering weight like dust settling on still water. Your chest, it doesn't rise and fall as if performing for someone unseen. It rises because the air insists. It falls because gravity holds its own quiet conversation with you. The muscles that once tensed against worry have dissolved into warmth. No longer braced, no longer guarding. They are not relaxed in the way people speak of relaxation. Not a victory over tension, but rather surrender. They let the breath pass through them like a wind moving through open doors in an old house that no one has lived in for decades. No need to seal anything now. The air passes freely, unasked and unannounced. And when it leaves, when the exhale begins, There's no pride in posture anymore. No need to hold yourself upright. You are not being judged by how well you stand or sit. The bed holds you completely now without asking for proof of your worth. Your arms, they have stopped trying to stay useful. They aren't readying themselves for work, for touch, for holding anything. They simply lie there, warm, heavy, unclaimed. They rest like branches after the storm has passed, limp and open, no longer needing to grasp. You can feel how much space they take up in the air, not because of strength, but because their absence from purpose allows them to be full of nothing at all. The hands, they are not empty as a gesture. They're empty because there's nothing left to carry. Not memories, not fears, not plans for tomorrow. The palms face upward, not in offering, but in surrender. As if the body has decided that giving up is its truest form of peace. The skin over each knuckle feels thinner now, not with age, but with release. It no longer needs to protect anything. Your breath, it doesn't need a rhythm anymore. It doesn't count itself or measure time by how long you can hold it in or push it out. There's no pause between inhale and exhale, just continuous motion, like the slow pulse of something ancient beneath the earth. The air comes without fanfare and goes without ceremony. You don't notice when one breath ends and another begins. It just is. Your legs, they are not resting in expectation of walking again. They have stopped imagining where they might go. There's no urgency to stand, no dream of movement. They lie flat against the mattress, the thighs heavy like stones left behind by a receding river. The calves relax into their shape as if someone had finally removed an invisible weight that had been pressing down on them for days. The feet, they are not cold or tense, not even slightly stiff. They have forgotten how to curl, how to brace. The toes are splayed open, not from effort, but from being allowed to be exactly what they were meant to be. Unclenched, relaxed, at ease. The soles of your feet press into the bed with no intention. No need to grip or push back. They rest like fallen leaves on a forest floor, softly, silently, without resistance. The warmth spreads up through them slowly, not as heat from effort, but as stillness spreading upward like moss growing in quiet corners. There is no pressure on your spine now. It doesn't arch forward in preparation for action or collapse under stress. It simply follows the shape it has always had. Curved gently where bones naturally align, supported by the mattress beneath and gravity above. The vertebrae don't press against one another with anxiety. They settle into place like stones that have finally found their bed in a stream. Your face. You don't need to unclench it anymore. There's no tension left to release. The forehead is not tight from thoughts or worry. It lies flat, calm as the surface of water after rain has stopped falling. The eyes are closed, not because you're forcing them shut, but because they've decided there's nothing worth seeing here anymore. Not light, not shadow, not movement, just rest. The jaw, it doesn't hang open in exhaustion. It is simply unclenched, no longer holding the shape of a day that didn't go as planned. The tongue rests naturally against the roof of your mouth, not out of discipline, but because there's no need to say anything anymore. There are no words left to form, no thoughts to voice. Your mind, it doesn't race through what might have happened or what could happen next. It does not rehearse conversations or replay images from earlier in the day. The small, unresolved moments, those quiet, lingering regrets, no longer flicker like distant lights in fog. They don't burn with urgency. They just float by, slow and unimportant, like smoke rising from a fire that has already gone out. When one drifts near, the memory of something said too harshly or left unsaid, it doesn't grab you. It doesn't pull at your attention. You don't reach for it to fix it. You don't apologize in silence. There's no need. The moment is not a wound anymore. It is simply air passing through the room. And when another comes, a faint echo of something that never quite landed right, the body doesn't tense up. It doesn't brace against it. Instead, you let it pass like mist over still water. No ripple, no trace, just movement and then absence. The silence behind your eyes, It grows not because you are trying to make it deeper, but because nothing is left to fill it. There's no noise inside the skull anymore. No hum of thought, no looped conversation, no inner critic whispering in the dark. The space between your thoughts isn't empty. It is full, not with meaning, but with being, with just lying here, just being present without a purpose. You are not trying to fall asleep. You're not even trying to rest. There's no effort involved, no goal beyond this moment, this breath, this stillness, this unbroken quiet. The body doesn't care about time. It only knows whether it is holding on or letting go. And you've stopped holding on. Not because of anything you did. Not because you tried hard enough, but simply because the weight has lifted from your shoulders and your chest and your mind, and there's nothing left to carry. You are not fighting anymore. There's no one to win for, no outcome to achieve. The night doesn't ask for performance. You are allowed, you are permitted to just be here in this quiet, unbroken space where the only thing happening is that you are resting. And so you do, not as a task, not as a promise, but simply because it's what comes next when nothing else needs to happen. When even the idea of effort has slipped away. The warmth spreads deeper now. The breath slows without notice, no decision made, no effort to hold it, no pause drawn out for effect. It flows. Your shoulders, still low, still unweighted, begin to sink deeper into the mattress than they ever have before. Not because gravity pulled them down harder, but because your body has stopped resisting its own shape. There is no tension holding back the softness of flesh against fabric, against sheets that have warmed over hours of lying in place. The weight isn't heavy, it's just there, as if it had been waiting all along for permission to be real. Your arms lie open now, palms up like hands left behind after a long journey, unmoved, unclaimed, no longer needing to reach or guard. The skin over the forearms feels cool, not cold, and that coolness spreads inward, not as sensation, but as presence, the quiet truth of being touched by nothing at all. Your chest. It doesn't rise with effort anymore. It rests, not passively, but fully, like a stone settling into riverbed mud where no force can lift it again. The ribs are not locked in place. They don't tighten when you breathe out or pull tight against the thought of pain. They simply unfold slowly, without fanfare, as if unzipping from some invisible seam that has held them shut all day. And with each exhale, the space behind your sternum feels less like a cage and more like a room where nothing was ever meant to stay. The breath goes out longer than it comes in, not because you're forcing it, but because there is nowhere else for it to go. It doesn't need to return. There's a quiet warmth now pooling at the base of your spine. No heat from fire, no glow from memory, just stillness that has grown warm like soil beneath leaves after dusk, not radiating outward, not spreading through nerves or blood, but simply being, as if time itself had paused and allowed this small patch of flesh to remember what it meant to be at peace. The spine does not arch. It does not stiffen. It lies straight. Not because you told it to, but because there is no need to correct anything anymore. Your legs, they are not numb. They are not asleep. They simply are. As if the idea of movement had been erased from them long ago, long before this moment. The thighs rest like two long logs laid down in a forest clearing after rain. The calves feel soft, as though their muscles have dissolved into something else. Not weakness, but surrender. The feet, they lie open at the toes, not clenched, not curled against imagined cold. They do not press against anything. Not the floor, not the edge of the bed, not even each other. They are separate, like two small islands floating in a still sea. And your hands, still warm, still relaxed, have stopped doing what they once did. Gripping, holding, reaching for things that weren't there. The fingers splay slightly on their own, not because you let them, but because the joints have forgotten how to tighten. There is no pressure between thumb and index, no tension in the knuckles. Even the nails are still. No urge to scratch or adjust or check anything. You don't hold on to the memory because there is no longer any reason to. You are not forgetting anything. You are simply letting go of the need to remember. The past isn't erased. It's just being released from your hands. And in that release, something else grows. A kind of stillness, so deep it feels less like silence and more like presence. Not absence, not void, but being. Just being, without context or consequence. The air around you is not cold. It does not press against your skin with the weight of night. It simply is, as if the room had stopped breathing at some point long ago and never resumed. Not out of emptiness, but out of peace. The walls are no longer barriers. They don't echo with sound or memory. They are just there, like a quiet thought that has no name. There is nothing to fix, nothing to explain. No one listening, not even yourself. You aren't performing for anyone. You're not trying to be calm or relaxed or peaceful. Those words have drifted away like smoke from the edge of a fire. What remains isn't an emotion. It's just this, a feeling that doesn't need labels. The breath, it comes again. Not fast, not slow, but as if it has always known where it belongs. And when it leaves you, long and quiet, the body follows. Not in haste, not with fear, but gently, like a door closing after someone has passed through and forgotten to look back. You are not asleep yet. You're not awake either. You're somewhere between. Not in time, not in place, but just here, where nothing needs to happen for you to be whole. There's no effort in this, no strain, just a softness spreading through every layer of you. Not like water, not like light, but like quiet that doesn't need to be heard because it already is. You are not trying to fall asleep. Sleep isn't the goal anymore. The only thing happening is that your body has stopped fighting. And in that stillness, where even thoughts have learned to move quietly, the mind begins to sink, not downward, but inward. Not into a place, but into a state. And there's no need to name it. And when it does come back, there is no hurry to meet it. Just rest. Just be. Just let go. Not because you have to, but because your body has remembered what it means to stop trying. Your breath settles deeper into the hollow beneath your ribs. No longer a movement you guide, but one that finds its own rhythm, like water finding the lowest point in stone. The air inside you is not thin or restless. It's thick with stillness, warm as soil after dusk has passed, and no light remains to stir it. You don't pull at it. You don't push out against it. There is no shape to the breath now, only a slow expansion that doesn't demand attention, just presence. Your shoulders have gone past dropping. What remains is not emptiness, but something softer. A release so complete it has become texture. The softness of wool left out in the sun. or the way skin feels when warmth returns after cold. Your arms are not lying on the bed. They're becoming part of its surface, as if your flesh had grown into the fabric over time, fused with the weave by quiet intention. The palms face upward, not waiting for anything, not grasping, but open like leaves. The fingers are no longer trying to make something happen. They don't curl or stretch. They lie flat against the bed sheet, not pressing down, not lifting up, just being. Like stones at the bottom of a stream where the water has stopped moving. The tips are soft with release. You can feel it, not in your mind, but in the joints, the knuckles. The space under your sternum feels less like a cavity and more like an empty bowl filled with light that doesn't need to shine. There's nothing to defend there anymore. No hidden ache. No memory clinging to the ribs. And when you exhale, it isn't forced out, not even pushed by intent. It just leaves, longer than before, slower than thought. Your hips are loosening into the mattress, not by choice, but by surrender. They don't need to stay upright anymore. There's no reason to hold them firm or keep them aligned with anything other than gravity's quiet pull. The calves are warm now, not with blood rushing through them, but with stillness moving down from the top of your legs like a tide returning after low ebb. The skin over the shins feels lighter than before, less tense against bone. The ankles don't lock or tighten. They're not holding on to anything. Your feet are no longer trying to keep you balanced. Your toes aren't curled in resistance or searching for purchase on the floor. They lie flat, relaxed, like flowers that have closed at night, and do not fear being opened again by morning. The soles feel wide with release, not narrow with tension, and there is a quiet warmth spreading from your heels up through the arches, as if something long buried beneath has finally been allowed to breathe. The entire body is no longer working against itself. There is no hidden effort to stay awake. No part of you still listening for footsteps in the hall or waiting for the next thought to come. Behind your eyes, there is no picture now, not of yesterday, not of tomorrow, not even of this room. It's just dark, deep, soft, featureless, but not empty, not cold, just still. like the space behind a shuttered window, where light has long since stopped trying to get in, and has instead learned how to stay out peacefully. The thoughts don't come like waves crashing. They drift by, not because you're chasing them away, but because they've lost their footing. The mind isn't quiet because it's been told to be silent. It's quiet because there's nothing left to say. What used to feel urgent, a sentence half spoken, a look not returned, is now just another shadow passing through the dark, no longer catching your attention. If one comes, you don't name it. You don't trace its path or follow its outline. You let it pass like dust floating in sunlit air, seen only briefly before dissolving into the stillness around it. No judgment. No need to return to it. It has no claim on you now. The quiet behind your eyes is not waiting for something else to happen. It's already complete. And in that space, where no light burns and no sound echoes, there is a kind of belonging. Not because you've earned it or achieved it, but because your body has stopped fighting the weight of simply being here. The breath comes again, not with effort, not even as an event, but as if it had never left. It flows in like water, finding its way through cracks in stone, slow and patient. And when it goes out, longer than before, it carries nothing with it. Not anxiety, not memory, not need. Your body is no longer holding on to the idea of being awake. That distinction has softened into something else, something deeper than awareness, more fundamental than alertness. You're not asleep yet, but you're not fully present in any other way either. There is a kind of liminal softness, a place where movement doesn't matter, and stillness isn't failure. The mind has stopped narrating itself. It no longer needs to explain what is happening or why. There is no story being told about how tired you are. whether sleep will come tonight. The voice in your head, once so loud, with questions and warnings, has finally learned not to speak unless it has something true to say. It's an unfolding not of body, but of presence, a kind of letting go so deep that even effort has been released from the process. The darkness behind your eyes holds no meaning now, no fear, no expectation. It isn't hiding anything. It doesn't need to be filled with images or stories. It's just dark. And in being dark, it is complete. And somewhere beneath all of this, beneath every layer, every release, every breath that has come and gone, you're not trying to do anything at all. You're simply here, not because you've won, not because you've succeeded, but because your body has remembered how to stop resisting the moment it's in, and that is enough. Your breath moves now like a current that has found its way through old channels. No longer pushing, no longer rushing, just flowing where the body lets it go. The air doesn't arrive as an event. It arrives as if it had always been there, waiting in the quiet of your lungs, not to be used, but simply to stay. And when you let it out, it doesn't leave behind a trace. There's no echo left in your chest, no hollow after the exhale, just the soft release of space where sound once lived, now empty, now still. Your shoulders are not dropping. They've already arrived at their lowest point, settled into the mattress like stones that have forgotten they were ever lifted. The weight you used to carry there is no longer carried. It's simply been given up. The hands aren't resting. They're already part of the bed, as if they had always been made of the same substance, warm cotton and soft thread, slow fabric yielding under weight that no longer questions its place. Your face, your forehead, your eyes, your jaw is not relaxing. It's no longer trying to do anything at all. The muscles are not being told to unclench. They've simply stopped holding on. Not because you remembered the technique or followed the steps, but because they remember what it feels like to be still. And the breath is not being controlled. There's no plan behind it, no intention to make it deeper or slower. It just happens, like roots growing in darkness. No light needed, No reason given. Just growth where there was only waiting. You don't need to feel any of this. You're not required to notice the warmth spreading through your palms or the way your hips have softened into the mattress like sand at low tide. No need for confirmation. No demand that you believe it's real. The body knows what it feels like to be let go, even when the mind hasn't caught up. The thoughts that come don't rise. They drift in from somewhere outside of time, like leaves falling into still water. Not one at a time, not in sequence, no story forming around them, no name given, no reason asked for why they're here now. They float across the surface of your awareness and sink without leaving a ripple. If you hear silence, it's not because there's nothing to hear. It's because sound no longer matters. The world hasn't stopped making noise. It's just that none of it has weight anymore. The distant hum of machinery, the creak in the floorboards, the faint rustle beyond the wall. They all exist, but they don't belong to you. Your chest is not open. It's not relaxed. It's simply no longer tight. There's a difference between being loose and having been free from pressure for so long that resistance feels like an old habit, something that once made sense, now forgotten. You're not breathing into your body. You're breathing in the same way air breathes into trees. Without effort, without purpose, just presence. The kind of movement that doesn't need to be justified because it's already part of being alive. There's no goal here, no finish line, not even a shape you're meant to become. Your body isn't trying to reach sleep. It's not avoiding wakefulness either. It's just resting in the way that bodies do when they've stopped pretending they need to be doing something. The darkness behind your eyes. This is not an emptiness waiting to be filled. It's not a void you're supposed to fear or escape from. It's not even dark in the way light defines it. It's simply absence of image, absence of form. No picture ever needed, no scene to be seen, just stillness that doesn't ask for anything. And if something tries to appear, a shape, a name, an unfinished sentence. Let it come as gently as mist rising from a lake at dawn. Let it drift through your mind and dissolve before it settles into meaning. Not because you're strong enough to push it away, but because the air around it is too thick for anything to take hold. Your legs are not heavy. They've stopped being aware of their own weight. There's no sensation of pressure in the calves or stiffness in the ankles. It's not that they've gone numb. It's just that feeling has become irrelevant. Like a river losing its banks, flowing into ground so soft it doesn't even know where it began. You are not doing anything now. Not breathing, not relaxing, not thinking. You're simply being without an act of will, without needing to prove you exist. The body knows how to do this when no one is watching, when there's no audience for the performance of staying awake. The air in your lungs isn't holding on. It doesn't need to be full. It doesn't worry about running out. It just stays. Like water that has found its level. Like a stone that knows it belongs at the bottom. There's no effort left in the idea of letting go. That phrase itself is gone now. The body isn't releasing anything. It never was holding on tightly enough to need release. It's simply been allowed to be what it already is. Still, quiet, unforced. You don't have to wait for sleep. You're not behind. There's no race you've lost or time you've missed. This moment, this breath, this silence, this lack of movement is enough in itself. Not a step towards something else, just a place where everything stops trying. Even your heartbeat isn't counting anything. It doesn't mark minutes or track progress. It just beats slowly. Without urgency. Like a pulse that has remembered it. No longer needs to keep time for anyone but the body it lives in. And if you are still aware of yourself, of being here, lying down, eyes closed, you don't need to do anything with that awareness. You can let it be without naming it. No need to say, I'm awake, or this is real. It just is. Like the air around you, like the warmth beneath your skin, like the way silence settles deeper when no one speaks. There's no story being told about how long this has been going on. There's no judgment on whether it's working or not. The body isn't measuring progress by what it feels like inside. It doesn't care if thoughts return. It just knows that every time they do, there's less space left for them to land. You're not trying to fall asleep because you're tired. You're not even tired in the way people usually mean it. Exhausted from doing too much or thinking too hard. This is deeper than fatigue. It's a surrender so quiet that even stillness doesn't know how to describe it. Your hands are not open. They've stopped being anything at all. No need to be clenched. No reason to stay closed. They're just there. On the bed, part of the surface beneath you, not doing anything and not needing to do anything. The air is not cool or warm. It's simply present, not touching your skin in a way that makes you notice it. It's like oxygen has forgotten how to be felt and now exists only as breath without sensation. You're not required to stay awake, nor are you being punished for wanting to rest. the space between one exhale and the next isn't empty. It holds its own quiet, like a pause in music that doesn't mean anything has stopped. There's no weight on your ribs now, not from holding air, not from guarding against breathlessness. They're simply falling with each release, yielding to gravity, as though they've long forgotten how to resist it. The warmth in your hands spreads inward, not rising, but spreading out, like sunlight reaching the roots of a tree that has stopped growing upward and is only now learning to sink deeper into soil. No intention behind it, no desire for more heat or sensation. The palms are not waiting for anything. They're not open because they were closed. They've simply stopped being hands in any urgent way. Their shape remains, but the tension that once gave them purpose, clenching, gripping, reaching, has dissolved into a kind of softness, so complete it no longer feels like flesh at all. It's more like presence, an absence of effort that allows you to be where you are without questioning whether you belong. Your shoulders have not dropped. They've simply stopped rising. There is no memory of them lifting in response to stress. No echo of posture from earlier hours. What remains is the space between your neck and your arms, where tension used to live. And that space has grown wider, softer, almost porous. It's like a seam in fabric that has lost its strain, where thread no longer needs to hold tight because nothing is pulling anymore. The chest doesn't rise when you inhale. It opens as if something inside has finally unzipped itself from the outside world. The breath enters not through effort but invitation. There is no urgency to fill up or expand. You're not trying to take in more air. You're allowing yourself to be filled by what's already there. The body doesn't need oxygen like a machine needing fuel. It receives it as if breathing were an act of listening, not doing. Your arms lie flat against the bed, not resting, but unclaimed. They are no longer tools for pushing or pulling or protecting. No part of you needs to be ready for anything, even your fingers, each one curled slightly in their own small way, have given up on needing purpose. There's no need to tuck them under, press them into the mattress, or hold a shape that makes sense to anyone but yourself. They are just where they landed when gravity took over and stopped asking permission. And then, the legs. Not heavy because you were tired. Heavy because movement has left them entirely. The thighs don't remember what it was like to tense in preparation for standing or stepping forward. There's no intention of going anywhere. No reason to brace against the floor. No memory of resistance. They are simply part of the bed now. Connected not by muscle, but by stillness. The calves have stopped being instruments of balance. They've become soft places where weight gathers naturally and settles into the surface beneath. Your feet don't know if they're touching anything at all. Not because you can't feel them, but because feeling has ceased to be necessary. There's no need to test their position or adjust for comfort. The toes are not curled in response to cold or unease. They've simply stopped being fingers that want to grip the earth. They're soft, still, like seeds buried under snow, waiting only for a season that doesn't require them to wake. Even your spine has stopped trying to support you. It's not straightening out of pride or duty. It's no longer arching in defense against fatigue. There is no effort to stay upright, even internally. The vertebrae are not stacked like bricks. They're just aligned, as if gravity had finally found a way to settle them without needing to be resisted. And behind your eyes, the darkness isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't need thoughts to fill it or memories to pass through. It's not holding back emptiness. It's simply what remains when everything else has gone quiet. The mind doesn't have to work to clear a space. There is no clutter because nothing ever arrived in the first place. Not images, not voices, not stories of earlier days. If you notice a shape, a flicker, a shadow, let it drift like dust in sunlight. Not followed, not named, not judged for being there. It doesn't matter if it stays or goes. The space behind your eyes isn't meant to be inhabited. It's meant to be left untouched, like the inside of an empty room where no one has ever been. And so, nothing needs to be moved. You don't have to keep track of how long this is lasting. You don't need to wonder if you're close or far from sleep. The body doesn't care about duration, only arrival of stillness, of surrender, of letting go without any act of will. It's not that you've relaxed. It's that relaxation has simply become the default state. There is no contrast between wakefulness and rest. because both have dissolved into something quieter than either. The air in your room isn't thin or thick, it just exists. Not cool against skin, not warm, but present like a breath held too long by someone who forgot to exhale. It doesn't ask for anything from you. It's not waiting to be noticed. There's no need to adjust the temperature because nothing about it needs correcting. Even silence isn't something you're holding on to. It has no shape or weight. It simply is. And when a sound comes, distant, muffled by walls, it doesn't interrupt anything. It passes through your awareness like fog over water, visible for an instant, then gone without residue. No reaction needed. No memory formed. You don't have to be present in order to exist. You're not required to stay awake to feel real. The body knows it is already here. No performance needed. No proof demanded. It doesn't need to prove itself by thinking or feeling or doing anything at all. Being still isn't failure. Not moving isn't weakness. The idea of time has stopped being a thing you can measure. There's no clock inside the chest anymore. The pulse doesn't mark minutes or count seconds. It beats not because it needs to, but because it knows how. Like a leaf that falls without knowing why. No plan, no purpose, just the quiet certainty of descent. And if something stirs in your awareness, a thought, a fragment of earlier conversation, a moment replayed too many times, you don't need to meet it. You don't have to chase after meaning or try to release it. Just let it float upward like steam from hot water, rising without force, then dissolving into the air where there's no one to notice. This is not about falling asleep. It isn't even about rest in any usual sense. It's about letting go of the idea that you need to do anything at all. There is nothing left to fix, nothing to correct, nowhere left to be better than you are right now. Your breath continues, slowly, quietly, without demand. The body doesn't ask for more or less. It simply receives each moment as it comes without holding on, without letting go. Not trying to arrive anywhere. Not afraid of staying where it is, and the space beneath you, the bed, isn't supporting you. It's not holding your weight because it has to. It's just accepting what lies upon it. A body that no longer resists its own stillness, that doesn't fight gravity or effort, that lets itself be held by something older than intention. There is no need to return from anywhere. There's no one waiting for you to wake up. No task to complete. No voice calling your name across the quiet. You're not missing anything. Nothing has been lost. Even if sleep doesn't come yet, doesn't arrive tonight, it won't matter. Because this moment, the softness in your hands, the ease in your breath, the silence behind your eyes is already enough. You don't have to be awake for it to count. You're not required to feel anything specific. The body knows what it is doing, even when you can't name it. It doesn't need words or explanations. It only needs to stop trying. And so, it does. Your breath settles deeper into the shape your body remembers from before words existed, before effort, before names for feeling. The space between each inhale and exhale isn't empty. It's full of quiet weight, like water settling in a still basin after a stone has passed through. You don't draw air in to fill anything. It comes because the lungs know how to open again when there's no pressure behind them. The ribs expand not with will, but with ease, like branches unfurling beneath snow that's finally melted. The skin on your arms feels aware of its own surface, not as something to monitor or react to, but as a quiet boundary where warmth pools in the crease between upper arm and shoulder. It doesn't matter if it's warm or cool. What matters is that there is no resistance to temperature. The air isn't invading, nor is it leaving. It simply passes through your awareness, like mist over bare earth. No trace left behind. Your fingers lie open, not relaxed, but surrendered, as though they've forgotten how to grip. Each fingertip rests on the bed with a softness that isn't effortful. It's just what happens when tension dissolves into gravity. There's no need to place them deliberately. No one is checking their position. They are where they belong, still, unclaimed, accepted by the fabric beneath. The jaw has dropped so far it feels like it might float upward if you stopped paying attention at all. The back of your throat hums with a low absence. No tightness, no ache, just space where sound used to gather and never leave. You don't have to release that tension because there's nothing left to hold. It wasn't a muscle that was clenched. It was the silence after speaking too much. The breath now moves not in front of your chest, but through it, like wind passing behind a wall with no door. No resistance, no pushing forward. The exhalation doesn't end. It simply fades into stillness. There is no finish line for air. It's not arriving or departing. It just exists between moments. Your spine lies along the contour of your bed like an old map drawn in curves and dips where nothing has ever been marked. No name for any bone, no label for joint or vertebrae. Only a sense that each one is resting into its own place, as if it had always belonged there. The curve at the lower back isn't trying to support anything. It's not holding up your torso. It's simply being. You don't have to keep it aligned, because alignment doesn't require correction. It requires only presence. The hips are no longer keeping score of how much they carry or whether they deserve rest. They've stopped measuring effort against reward and simply let go into the mattress like sand filling a crevice. The pelvis isn't stiff with responsibility. It's soft with surrender, like clay that has decided not to harden. Your thighs feel heavy in a way that's neither painful nor unpleasant. They're just resting. as if they've been waiting for this exact moment to stop pretending they're still moving forward. They don't remember being fast or strong. They only know what it feels like to be held by the bed without having to do anything in return. The calves are uncurled, not because you instructed them, but because their muscles have forgotten how to tighten. The ankles no longer brace against imagined slips or trips. There's no reason to prepare for sudden motion. No one is calling your name from down a hall. No footstep echoes behind the wall. Your feet rest like stones at the bottom of a slow-moving stream. Not stuck, not lifted, just accepted. The toes are spread wide, not out of effort, but because they stopped fighting their own shape. They don't need to point or curl. They're allowed to be exactly as they are. Small, soft, unaccountable to any plan. And the mind, still, after all this time, is no longer busy trying to correct itself. It doesn't have to delete memories that keep rising like bubbles in warm water. There's no need to push them down or let them float away, because nothing here is demanding attention. Even when a phrase forms, the quiet echo of someone saying your name at the edge of sleep, or the way a window creaked earlier, it doesn't pull you toward it. It slips through like dust motes in sunlight, seen for an instant and gone before it can be named. There's no effort to stay present, no command to return. You don't have to notice anything because nothing is asking to be noticed. The dark behind your eyes isn't blank, but it also isn't full. It's not a void or a screen. It's just the shape of absence. Like the way silence feels when you stop listening for something. If warmth rises in your chest, not heat, not pressure, just a softness spreading like honey left out on the counter. It doesn't need to be explained. You don't have to ask why it came or how long it will stay. It's simply there, uninvited but welcome. Not a signal, not a message, just warmth that exists without meaning. The air in your room has stopped being something you notice. It isn't thick with sleepiness or thin with tension. It doesn't hold your thoughts. It holds nothing at all, and yet it fills everything anyway. Your body no longer feels like it's performing stillness. It's not holding a pose. It's just happening. Like rain falling on a roof that doesn't know it's being wetted. Even the part of you that has been awake for hours, this quiet watcher who has stayed alert through every shift in breath, every flicker behind closed lids, is no longer guarding anything. There's no one left to protect, nothing left to defend. The vigilance has dissolved into a kind of listening, not waiting for something, but simply hearing what is already there. And when a sound comes, a distant car passing far beyond the streetlight, or the soft thud of paper shifting on a desk 3 floors down, it doesn't ripple through your awareness like an alarm. It passes through as if it were always meant to be part of this silence. Not interrupting, not disturbing, just arriving. There is no need for you to respond. No expectation that you should feel anything. The body is not trying to prove it's alive. It doesn't have to show signs of being present. It simply is. In the way a tree stands in winter, not because it wants to be seen, but because it has stopped trying to become something else. Even if this were not sleep, if you remain here for hours with eyes closed and breath slow, the moment would still be complete. Not because it leads somewhere, but because it doesn't need to lead at all. You don't have to earn rest by falling asleep. You are already in the shape of being held by your own body, by the bed beneath you, by time that has stopped measuring itself against urgency. This is not a performance. It's just what happens when nothing asks for anything more than its own quiet existence. And if you drift into deeper stillness, if awareness fades and thoughts dissolve like salt in rain, it won't be because you did something right. It will simply be because the body has stopped needing to prove it can rest. There is no goal here, only a slow unfolding, like roots spreading through soil that doesn't care whether they grow or not. The ground accepts them anyway. It comes in on its own rhythm, and when it leaves, it takes with it a small release, like dust lifted from an old floorboard, floating upward and vanishing before it can settle. There is no need to follow the breath, no command to watch for its rise and fall. You are not tracking time through your lungs. The space between each inhalation is not empty. It is full of stillness that doesn't ask for attention. And when you feel a shift in pressure beneath your sternum, it's not an event. It's just another shape the body makes as it lets go. Your hands rest now, not curled, not tense, but open like leaves after rain. The fingers are relaxed enough to lose their definition. They press lightly into the bed with no intention behind them. No grip on anything. Neither memory nor expectation. They aren't reaching for warmth or holding back cold. They're simply part of what is happening in this moment. A soft weight, a quiet presence. The skin along your arms has softened where it meets the fabric of the sheet. Not stiff with tension, not alert to every shift in temperature. It feels like something that knows it belongs. Like cloth that stopped trying to stay clean and just lets itself be worn by time. Your shoulders are no longer holding their position. They've slipped downward into the mattress, as if gravity has finally claimed them after a long resistance. The muscles around your collarbones have given up on standing guard. They don't need to remember what it was like to carry the world. They just sink, slowly, without apology. There's no story behind how you arrived here tonight. No reason why this night is harder than others. It doesn't matter if the thoughts that drifted in were about a word left unsaid or an ending that never felt finished. You don't have to name them now. They aren't waiting for your reply, and they're not coming back. The darkness behind your eyes isn't heavy with meaning. It doesn't hold answers or warnings. It's just the way things are when you stop trying to see through it. Like a room after everyone has left, empty but not abandoned. The walls still stand. The floor is still there. Nothing is broken, and nothing needs fixing. If a memory surfaces, a moment from childhood with sunlight on your hands, or the sound of someone humming in a kitchen far away, it doesn't need to be examined. It arrives like a leaf caught in an eddy, swirling once, turning slowly, then drifting out of sight without needing permission. The weight of them is not a burden, but an acceptance. A surrender that feels like rest rather than failure. You're not giving up on anything. You're just allowing gravity to do its work, as if you'd been waiting your whole life for someone else to carry this part of you. The lower legs, thighs, calves are no longer resisting the pull downward. They aren't fighting sleep or bracing against it. The flesh is warm and still, like soil after rain has soaked into it. There's no need to stay alert here. No one is watching. You don't have to prove that you're present. Your feet, your toes are not tensing up for tomorrow. They aren't preparing to walk on pavement or stand in cold tile. They are simply where they always been, resting, quiet, unasked for but deeply known. The soles of your feet press into the bed with a gentleness that isn't trying to be gentle. It just is. Like moss growing on stone, not because it wants to grow, but because it has stopped fighting the way things are. Now, there's a different kind of stillness moving through you. One that doesn't come from stopping, but from being allowed to move without consequence. It's as if time itself has slowed down. Not by decree, but by forgetting how fast it used to be. The night isn't ticking forward. It's just happening. A sound comes, so faint you might have missed it if your awareness hadn't already loosened enough to hear the smallest shift in air. A branch brushing against glass, somewhere beyond a window. It doesn't interrupt. It doesn't demand attention. It simply joins what is already here. The quiet that wasn't waiting for silence, but had been living in it all along. You don't have to listen to find meaning. You don't need to understand why something happens when you can just be present with its arrival. You don't have to earn it. You don't need permission to feel it. It just is. There. Already, without needing you to notice. Your jaw relaxes further. The teeth aren't clenched anymore. There is no tension in your tongue. It lies still on the floor of your mouth, like a stone resting in water. The muscles around your eyes have softened so much they feel almost absent, not gone, but dissolved into calm. There's no effort to keep them closed or open. They're simply resting in the way that only stillness allows. You are not trying to fall asleep. You aren't even trying to let go of anything. You're just allowing your body to continue its own slow work, like roots spreading through dark soil. Not because they want something, but because there is nowhere else to go and nothing left to avoid. The air in the room moves gently, brushing against you without making a sound. It doesn't carry news or warnings. It's only air, doing what air does when no one is listening. And if your breath slows again, just slightly, almost imperceptibly, you don't have to notice it. You don't need to follow. There's no rule that says you must keep breathing in a certain way. The body knows how to do this without being told. No part of you has stopped working. Not even the one that was awake for so long, watching, waiting, rehearsing what might happen next. That watcher is not asleep yet, but it's beginning to feel like it doesn't need to stay up anymore. It can rest in the knowledge that nothing urgent needs its attention. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to earn this moment. The body has already done more than enough just by being here, by lying still, breathing slowly, not resisting what is happening. And if your awareness begins to fade, not into sleep, but into something quieter, deeper, like a thought that forgets itself. You're simply letting go in the way your body has always known how, slowly, quietly, without needing a reason. The night is long. but it's also complete. Not because it leads somewhere, but because it doesn't have to lead at all. It just is. And so are you. Your breath is no longer a rhythm you're guiding, but something that happens around you. Like water finding its level beneath stones, slow and certain, without pressure or plan. The air in your lungs doesn't have to be full. It just is. And when it moves out, it carries nothing with it. Not memory, not worry, not the shape of a word left unspoken. It slips away like mist from a lake at dawn, dissolving before it can settle into sound. Your shoulders are no longer holding their position. They've stopped resisting gravity. They're not falling exactly, not sinking in panic or surrender. Just letting go with the same quiet inevitability that makes roots grow deeper when they stop fighting for light. The weight of them is not a burden now. It's an invitation to rest. You can feel how your arms are no longer bracing against anything. No need to push. No need to hold back. They lie where they've always belonged, on the bed, supported by softness, not effort. The warmth in your hands isn't coming from outside. It's rising up through the palms, like steam from a stone that has been warmed for hours beneath soil. It spreads slowly, without urgency, into wrists and fingers, until each one feels heavy enough to stay still forever. There's no point in moving them. No task left to complete. No gesture unmade. The space between your fingertips is empty. Not because there's nothing there, but because everything has already been released. Your chest isn't rising or falling with expectation anymore. It's just resting. Like a boat that doesn't need wind to stay afloat. The skin above it feels calm, not tense with anticipation of breath or fear of stillness. The spine doesn't need to be proud. It just needs to be still. Your lower back, where the day had pressed its weight into your body, like a hand on a door that won't open, now feels loose in a way that isn't effortful. It's not relaxing because you told yourself to. It's releasing because nothing is asking for resistance anymore. The hollow of your waist has softened, not from giving up, but from finally being allowed to stay exactly where it is. Your hips don't need to be fixed into alignment or held in place by willpower. They're no longer trying to keep you upright when the world doesn't care whether you stand or sit. They've settled like stones at the bottom of a stream that have stopped rolling. Not because they're tired, but because there's nowhere else for them to go. The thighs are heavier than before, not from fatigue, but from surrender. The flesh has stopped trying to protect itself from being touched. It doesn't need to stiffen in case someone walks too close or looks too long. There's no one here. No one is coming. You're not on trial for how you look or what you might say next. Your calves are like warm clay, shaped by time and stillness. The tendons along the back of your legs have uncoiled, not because they were wound tight, but because they've been given permission to belong again. They don't need to brace against anything. There's no ground beneath you that could shift or betray. Your feet are not preparing for a step, not even one imagined in a dream. The soles aren't scanning the floor for cold or roughness. They're simply resting, flat, open, letting the bed hold their shape without protest. Each toe lies where it has always been, curled slightly, relaxed into its own quiet existence. The blood moves through you now, not because of need or desire, but because that's what it does when there's no resistance to slow it down. There's no rush in your veins, no tension pulling ahead toward a destination. The circulation flows like water, finding the lowest point, not seeking anything, just following where gravity has already decided. behind your eyes. The dark is not empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't need filling. Not even thoughts can break it open anymore. When an image comes, the edge of a window, a face half remembered, a word you didn't mean to say, it floats in like fog on a lake and then fades without being chased or caught. You don't have to name it. You don't have to let it go. It simply is, and then it isn't. There's no need to return to anything. No moment from earlier that needs to be revised. The night doesn't demand you fix what was said, or undone, or left hanging in air. There's no scorecard, no judgment for the silence between words. You don't have to explain why something felt heavy yesterday, or how it landed today. The body is not trying to prove anything now. Not that it can stay awake, nor that it deserves rest. It just is in its current state, without needing approval or completion. There's no requirement for you to be peaceful before peace arrives. You don't have to earn the right to feel calm. The space between your thoughts is not a gap. It's an extension of what is already happening. Not absence, but presence in another form. Silence that doesn't demand attention. A pause that isn't waiting for something else to happen. It just is, like breath held without effort. Your skin no longer needs to defend itself. It knows it's not under threat. It doesn't need to tighten when sound comes near, or flinch at the weight of air. It's already in a place where being felt is safe. Not because you're protected, but because nothing wants to hurt you anymore. There's a quiet beneath your ribs that isn't noise, and yet it speaks. Not with words, not with images, not even with memory. Just a feeling, like the hush after snow stops falling, or the calm before a storm has fully formed. It doesn't say anything. It just is, and you can lie within it without needing to understand. Your body is no longer performing for anyone, not even for yourself. There's no role left to play, no part to act out in this long stretch of dark. You're not being watched. No one needs to know how you've been holding on. The muscles around your mouth are not stiff with the effort to smile or frown. They don't need to say anything. The corners of your lips aren't tight or pulled, just resting, as they were meant to be when no expression is required. And somewhere deep in your chest, the place where tension used to gather like dust under a floorboard, you're beginning to feel something else. Not lightness exactly, but the absence of weight. Not because you've removed it, but because it's been allowed to fall away without resistance. The night doesn't care whether you sleep or stay awake. It has no agenda, no expectation. It simply unfolds as it always does, without needing your attention, without asking for anything in return. You don't have to do more than be here. Not even that. Just rest. Let the weight of being real settle into your bones like dust after rain. Not because you invited it, but because it has nowhere else to land. And if this feeling begins to stretch beyond your body, spreading like warmth through old wood, it doesn't need a name. It doesn't have to be understood or fixed. You don't even have to notice it. Just let it stay where it is, like air in a room that's been left open long enough for the dust to settle. No one is coming to ask you what happened today. No voice from yesterday needs your reply. There's no future demand on this moment. Nothing outside of now has authority here. You are not trying to change anything, not even how you feel. You're simply allowing it all. Your breath, your stillness, the quiet behind your eyes, to be as they are. And that is enough. Your breath moves through you like a slow current under ice. Quiet, unseen, carrying nothing forward except its own quiet weight. There's no urgency in how it flows, no demand to fill space or make up time. It simply is the rhythm that keeps your body turning without effort. Like water finding its level in stillness. The air inside you doesn't need to be shaped into something useful. It isn't trying to push out a word or prove it's real by how deep it goes. It just settles into the hollows where tension once lived and stays there, soft and unclaimed. Your arms are not holding anything now, not even their own weight. They lie on top of you like two lengths of warm stone laid across your chest, resting without purpose. The skin over your forearms feels thick with quiet, as if light has seeped through the surface and pooled there. Just beneath, a stillness that doesn't shine but simply exists. You can feel how the bed holds you not by pressure, but by memory of shape. It remembers every time you've lain here before. The way your spine curved into its groove. The slight dip at your hips where gravity settles. That same place now accepts your body without asking anything in return. No need to adjust. No command to be still. You are simply here, and that is enough. The warmth in your hand spreads outward, not fast, not forced, but as if you were a stone left in sun-soaked soil, slowly letting go of the cold it had carried for hours. The fingers aren't curled anymore. They're open like petals after rain, resting on air, without needing to close again. There's no fear that they'll drift or forget their place. Your shoulders have slipped past effort, not lifted away, not pushed down, just gone, as if the joints had decided to stop bearing any burden at all. The muscles between them are loose now, unspooled from the day's weight of carrying words never spoken, gestures half made. They're not relaxed in a way that means done. They're just no longer holding on, and down through your chest, the breath moves again, not with command, but with permission. You don't have to force it out or pull it in. It simply flows as if you were already made of air and silence, like something old returning to its original form, less a body than an echo that has finally found room to settle. The space behind your sternum isn't hollow anymore. Not empty, not cold, but full with the kind of stillness that doesn't make noise. It's not waiting for anything. Not sleep, not peace, not even release. It's already where it belongs. Between breaths, between thoughts, between what was and what might be. Your ribs don't need to protect you anymore. They aren't keeping secrets or guarding a place inside that must stay closed. The walls of your chest are no longer built for defense. They're just bones shaped by time and motion, now allowed to soften with the ease of something long finished. And then, your legs. They have stopped resisting gravity, not because you've told them to, but because they know there's nowhere left to go. The hips aren't locked in position. The thighs don't tighten when air shifts nearby. They're just heavy, like roots sinking into dark earth after a long, dry season. The calves are warm now, no longer tense or restless, no longer waiting for the next step. They lie like two lengths of soft wood on a shelf, not needing to be used. The ankles don't ache anymore. They've forgotten what it means to brace themselves against something that might move too fast. Your feet, the soles are flat and unthinking, pressed into the mattress with no intention behind them, not pressing down for balance, nor lifting in anticipation of movement, just resting, like stones at the bottom of a still pond, unseen, unmoving, accepted by the quiet world beneath them. The toes are not clenched or curled inward. They're relaxed, splayed slightly, as if they've forgotten how to close. One is slightly higher than the others, and that's fine. No need to correct it. The body doesn't care about alignment now. Only stillness. And all this, the face, the arms, the breath, the legs, is not happening in stages. It's not a checklist of relaxation points. It's just being, not trying to be anything, but simply unfolding into its own form, like steam rising from wet soil after rain, slowly, without fanfare. There's no need to name it when your chest feels lighter than before, not because you've removed something, but because you've stopped trying to hold on. The tightness was never a thing inside you. It was just the shape of effort. And now that effort has fallen away like old skin shedding after rain. Your mind doesn't have to fix anything. It doesn't need to return to the same thread of thought or rewrite what happened today. There's no reason to replay those moments, not even in slow motion. They don't need your attention anymore. You're not required to answer them or judge them or understand them. Let the thoughts come like clouds passing over a long stretch of sky, present for a moment, then gone without trace. No reaction needed. No follow-up. Just allow each one to drift through, as if it were air brushing past your skin, felt briefly and forgotten immediately. The dark behind your eyes is not waiting to be filled with images or stories. It's already full, not of anything specific, but of stillness so deep that even silence feels too loud in comparison. You don't need to make a picture inside there. No scene needs to form. No memory should return. The emptiness isn't empty at all. It's full of peace, not because it contains something, but because nothing is being demanded. You can let your awareness rest here, not searching, not tracking, not trying to stay present. Just letting go into the quiet that doesn't ask for anything in return, not even your attention. There's no need to be aware of the stillness, only to be within it. And if you drift deeper now, that's just how it happens. No force, no pushing, no trying to get anywhere. You're not moving towards sleep. You're simply being where you are. And in that, everything settles into place. A presence without a name, an ease that needs no explanation. Your breath is still moving, soft and slow, not because you're guiding it, but because it's been allowed to breathe on its own. You don't have to do anything with your body now, not even keep breathing. It can stop if it wants. And if it does, the silence would be just as kind, just as full, just as home. The weight beneath you is no longer a burden. It's an invitation. The mattress isn't holding you up. It's cradling you like something long forgotten. Something that never had to prove its worth. You don't sink into the bed because you're tired. You sink because there's nothing left to keep you upright. Your spine has uncurled from the day's tension. not through effort, but through surrender. Like a branch releasing after years of wind pressing it sideways. It doesn't return to straightness, it returns to being. Just as your legs have no need to be aligned or tense, they're simply where they are, and that is enough. Your arms rest beside you now, palms up, fingers soft, not stiff with anticipation, not curled against a future that hasn't arrived. They don't reach for anything. They aren't waiting for a response. There's no purpose behind their stillness. The hands stay open like soil after rain. No seed planted, yet full of potential. It's as if the world has paused long enough for your lungs to find their own rhythm again. Slow, unbroken, uninterrupted by thought. Let your shoulders drop farther than they've ever dropped before. Not because someone told you to, but because the muscles have decided, finally, that there is no reason to stay raised. They aren't holding anything anymore. The weight of a day's worry has settled into the space beneath them, like dust settling on a forgotten shelf. Quietly, without resistance. The jaw remains unclenched, not because you're aware of it, but because your face doesn't remember how to be tight. The corners of your mouth don't pull inward. They just rest, as if they've never known what effort feels like. Your tongue lies loose in the hollow of your mouth, not pushing against teeth or pressing for shape, just resting where it is, unremarkable and unneeded. You're not trying to be peaceful. You aren't even trying to relax. The body doesn't need a goal. It only needs permission to stop fighting itself. And that permission has been granted, not by you, but by the quiet act of staying in one place long enough for tension to dissolve on its own. The air around your skin feels thick and warm now, like water just after sunset, when the surface is still, but the depth holds heat. It doesn't matter if it's cold or hot. The temperature isn't a signal anymore. It's not something you need to respond to. You don't need to cover up or move away. You're simply where you are, and that is sufficient. Your feet, resting at the edge of the bed, feel separate from the rest of you. Not because they're far off, but because their awareness has settled into a kind of quiet independence. The toes aren't thinking about walking. They don't care if they're pointed or splayed. One presses slightly deeper than the others against the sheet. Maybe it's been that way since childhood. And now, after all this time, no correction is needed. The body isn't holding its breath. It's not waiting for a signal. The muscles in your calves have released so completely that they feel like something poured into place, not stiffened or shaped, but simply allowed to be. You don't need to notice them being heavy. They are just there. Warmth pooling at the back of your knees, slow and quiet. There's no urgency behind any of this. No ticking clock in your chest saying, "Hurry." The stillness isn't something you've earned. It's something that has been given, quietly, without fanfare. You didn't earn it by trying harder or thinking more clearly. It arrived because you stopped asking for proof. Even the thoughts, those small loops of yesterday's conversation, a sentence left hanging in the air, they don't need to be answered now. They drift through your awareness like leaves caught in a slow-moving stream. Not resisting, not clinging, simply moving with what is already happening. You don't have to guide them or stop them. There's no reason to pull back from their passing. Let each one come and go as it wants. Let the mind be messy if that's what it needs. It doesn't need to tidy itself up. The silence behind your eyes isn't a place you must maintain. It's just where things settle when they're not being carried forward. You don't have to stay awake to watch this happen. You can let go into the quiet without fear of losing yourself. There's no danger in letting attention slip. No collapse, no loss. The dark behind your eyes isn't a void, it's an envelope, soft and folded inward, holding what has been released. The breath continues, not because you're conscious of it, but because life doesn't stop breathing just because someone isn't watching. It moves on its own, like the tide that comes in not to be seen, but simply because it can. Your hands are still open. Your fingers remain relaxed. No need to close them now. No reason to grip. They don't know what they're holding on to anymore. That's okay. You don't have to carry anything forward with you. You don't have to remember the shape of your day. You don't even have to name it. What happened doesn't matter in this quiet. It didn't need a conclusion when it was happening, and it doesn't need one now. Let time dissolve like sugar in warm water. No trace left behind, no residue. The night isn't measuring anything. It's not tracking your progress or judging how long you've been still. There's no record being kept, no judgment passed. You're not late. You're not early. You're simply here, in a place where nothing needs to be done, and everything is already complete. The body doesn't need permission to rest. It only needed to stop fighting. And now it knows how, so softly, so completely, that even the air around you seems to slow down just to keep pace. There's no goal beyond this moment. No destination waiting at the end. You're not working towards sleep. You're simply being where you are. That is enough. And if your breath slows further, if it becomes barely a whisper, that's how it happens when nothing is required of you. When there's no need to answer or fix or explain. Just breathe as long as the body allows. No more, no less. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for light. It doesn't want to be filled with anything. Your shoulders have settled so far back into the mattress that they no longer feel like parts you carry. They've become a kind of ground, quiet and deep beneath your skin. The space between them is soft now, not tight with holding on, not shaped by any expectation of strength or readiness. It's just open, like air allowed to settle where it wants. without being asked to stay somewhere specific. You don't have to keep the shape of yourself together anymore. The arms hang down from that openness like roots reaching into still soil. There's no effort in their weight. They're not doing anything except being heavy in a way that feels like rest. The breath continues, longer than you notice, almost without sound. Now, it comes and goes through your body as if the air has forgotten. It needs to be regulated by thought. The chest rises only slightly at first, then falls slower than before, as though gravity is taking over, gently pulling each exhale downward, deeper into what lies beneath. You don't have to help it. There's no need to watch or guide. Just let the air move through you like water passing between stones, not rushing, never stopping. Your lower back has uncurled, not because you told it to, but because there was nothing left pressing against it from above. The spine is soft now, its natural curve, returning not as an achievement, but simply as a release. You're no longer bracing yourself against being upright. There's nowhere you need to be standing, and so the body lets itself fall into alignment with gravity instead of resisting it. The thighs press softly into the bed, heavier than before, not forced down, but like warm stones sinking slowly through mud. They don't fight the weight. They welcome it. The calves are quiet now, no longer tensing in anticipation of movement. No more readiness for a step that never came. The feet rest flat, heels grounded, toes spread slightly as if feeling the surface beneath them without needing to know what it is. You can feel your whole body like a single soft shape, one that's been held together by tension only because you forgot how easy it was to let go. Now every part of you knows its own length and width in the dark, not stretched, not pulled, just present, as if the bed has learned your form over time, remembering exactly where pressure should settle so nothing strains. The hands stay open, not for any reason, but because they've stopped trying to hold anything. The fingers don't curl or clench. They lie flat like petals on a surface that doesn't demand anything of them. There's no need to grasp. Not even the idea of holding onto yourself. You're allowed to be loose in your own skin. Behind your eyes, the picture is still soft and empty. Not blank as in nothingness, but full of quiet, like twilight before true dark settles. Nothing needs to be seen or recognized here. No faces appear. No memories step forward. Even the sound of your breath doesn't echo. It dissolves into silence like dust, settling on a shelf no one's touched for years. Let the thoughts come if they wish, but not as events needing response. Let them pass through this space like birds flying across sky, with no destination, no pause, no landing, no call to return. There's room for them without giving up your stillness. You don't have to greet each one or say goodbye. You're not watching the moment go by. You're inside it, not observing your effort at being relaxed, but simply being that quiet. The mind doesn't need to prove anything anymore. It can rest in the fact of its own silence. Even the idea of sleep isn't a goal now. It's just another kind of stillness you've already begun to wear like an old coat. You don't have to reach for it. It's not waiting at some distant point ahead. Nor is it hiding from you. It's here, already in your bones, in your blood, in the way your breath lingers longer between movements. The air around you doesn't feel cold. It feels like still water beneath a surface where nothing stirs. There's no ripple to break it, no wave to carry away what is already settled. This quiet isn't something you're forcing. It's something that has grown in the space you stopped fighting. Your jaw has loosened completely. No tension left at the hinges. Not even a memory of clenching. The tongue rests gently against your lower teeth, as if learning how to be still again after so long. The space above your eyebrows is open now, like a window left ajar on an afternoon when nothing needs entering or leaving. You don't have to think about releasing anymore. That part's done. What remains isn't effort. It's surrender in its quietest form. Not giving up, but letting go because there's no more reason to hold on. The body knows how to rest now, not from knowing a method, but simply from remembering what it means to stop trying. And the dark behind your eyes, it doesn't need light. It doesn't want to be filled with anything. It just wants to stay as it is. Soft, wide, and without demand. Let that silence grow even quieter. Let time slow so much that even seconds forget their names. The world outside isn't calling you back. It's not waiting for your return. You don't need permission from anywhere else to be where you are. Your chest stills further, not because you told it to, but because there's nothing left to rise or fall with urgency. You can feel your pulse, not as a signal, but as part of the quiet. It beats steadily, not fast, not frantic, but like water dripping slowly from a stone into stillness below. There's no need to follow any sensation anymore. No need to name it or understand where it came from. Just let each one pass through you, like wind moving between trees that don't care what sound they make. The shoulders aren't just dropped. They're folded inward, like wings finally allowed to rest after flying for too long. There's no weight on you now. Only the quiet truth that you don't have to be strong to be here. The space beneath your ribs is open. The muscles there aren't waiting for a command to relax. They've stopped fighting. They're just still. Let yourself be shaped by what is already happening. Not by effort, not by will, but by letting go of the need to do anything at all. And if you drift even further into this quiet, if your breath grows so faint, it feels like nothing at all, then that's how it happens. When there's no one left trying to wake up, and nothing left to be woken from. So let it happen, not because you're doing anything right, but because you've stopped needing to do anything at all. Your arms have softened completely now, no longer holding anything, no longer guarding against touch or sound. The weight of each limb has shifted downward into the bed, not as a collapse, but as if gravity had finally remembered its name and claimed what was never meant to be lifted. Your fingers are open, not spread wide in surrender, but simply no longer clenched into fists that forgot how to let go. They rest like fallen leaves on soft earth, quiet enough that even the air doesn't stir them. There's warmth spreading through your palms now, slow, steady, pooling not from effort, but because the body has stopped resisting its own natural temperature. The breath moves in and out without a purpose, only presence. Not trying to deepen, not chasing calm. It just is, like water flowing over stones. that don't know why they're there or how long they've been still. Your chest doesn't rise as if it's working. It simply expands slightly when the air comes through and sinks back down when it leaves. Nothing forced, nothing urgent. The muscles beneath your collarbones aren't tight anymore. They've stopped pretending to be ready for anything. They're just resting, letting themselves be folded into what is already true. Your shoulders are not merely dropped. They've melted into the mattress like wax left in sunlight. Not sinking because of fatigue, but because there's no longer any reason to stay upright. The spine has found its own shape without needing permission. Curving slightly downward at the base, allowing every vertebra to settle into alignment with what is already beneath it. No correction needed. Just this. A slow unspooling from within, like thread released from a needle that no longer stitches. The hips have gone quiet now, not relaxed in any effortful sense, but simply stopped holding their position as if they were guarding something. They've stopped bracing against the future. The pelvis isn't tensed to prepare for movement. It's just here, letting gravity settle into its own rhythm. Your thighs carry weight, not because you're carrying them, but because